This isn't arrogance, this is belief. Belief in yourself. Belief that you were made for something bigger, something better. Every day you wake up, you have to tell yourself, I am the best. Because if you don't believe it, how do you expect anyone else to? This doesn't mean looking down on others, but it means recognizing the greatness in yourself. Because trust me, the world will try to tell you otherwise. But when you know you're the best at what you do, you don't stop for doubt. You don't stop for fear. You stop letting other people define your worth. You stop second-guessing your abilities. You walk into every room with confidence, knowing you belong. Every step you take is purposeful. You don't shy away from challenges. You embrace them because you know you have what it takes. The best isn't about being better than others. It's about being the best version of you. And when you believe that, your actions will reflect it. Success starts with your mindset, and greatness flows from within. Keep that belief strong and watch as doors of opportunity open before you. Number 2, I can do anything. Too many people live their lives thinking, I can't. Let me tell you something. You can. You can do anything you set your mind to. The only limitations you have are the ones you place on yourself. When you tell yourself every day, I can do anything, you open doors to new possibilities. Don't wait for someone to give you permission to go after what you want. You can do anything. It's not about waiting for the right time, the right opportunity, or the right support. It's about creating those opportunities for yourself. Your potential is limitless, but it starts with belief. Every successful person has faced doubt, fear, and uncertainty, but they didn't let that stop them. They took action despite the fear. Every time you tell yourself, I can, you're moving closer to your dreams, one step at a time. So don't just dream, do. The key is consistency. Day by day, inch by inch, you move forward. Remove I can't from your vocabulary and replace it with relentless action. If you say it enough, you'll believe it. And when you believe it, you'll achieve it. Number 3, my future is bright. You know what's crazy? Too many people live in darkness when their future is shining, but they're too busy focusing on the clouds. Every single morning, say to yourself, my future is bright. I don't care what happened yesterday. I don't care if today feels hard. You've got to keep your eyes on the horizon. Because your future, my friend, is brighter than you even know. But you've got to claim it. The setbacks you face today are just setting the stage for something better. Your failures are lessons, not defeats. Every time you feel like giving up, remember that your future is still waiting for you, full of potential and success. You are not defined by where you are right now, but by where you're going. And where you're headed is full of light, growth, and achievement. So trust the process, keep pushing, and never lose sight of your vision. Every storm runs out of rain, and just beyond the clouds, the sun is still shining. Stay patient and stay hopeful. Number 4, I am getting better each day. Progress. That's what it's about. You're not going to wake up tomorrow and suddenly be perfect, but you can wake up tomorrow and be better than you were yesterday. Every single day, you are getting stronger, smarter, wiser, more capable. Say it. I am getting better each day. And when you see your growth, when you see how far you've come, you'll realize how unstoppable you are. Growth isn't always obvious, but it's happening. Every challenge you face is shaping you. Every mistake is teaching you something new. When you embrace this mindset, you stop being hard on yourself for not being perfect and start celebrating the small victories. Each day is an opportunity to improve, to learn, and to evolve. You might not be where you want to be yet, but you're on your way. And that's what matters. Every step forward, no matter how small, is progress. Embrace the journey and know that every lesson you learn, every obstacle you overcome, is turning you into the person you are meant to be. Number 5, I will work hard. Success is not handed to anyone. You've got to work for it. You've got to sweat for it.
Believe it or not, I will draw the person you will marry. One of my clients asked for a refund. She thought the man I sketched looked like her neighbor, but it turned out he was her soulmate.
There are no shortcuts in life. If you want something, you have to be willing to put in the work. So tell yourself every morning, I will work hard. Because while everyone else is sleeping, doubting, making excuses, you'll be grinding, pushing, and becoming better. Success doesn't come to the lazy, it comes to the relentless. Hard work builds discipline, and discipline builds success. You're going to have days where you feel like quitting, but the ones who make it are the ones who don't. They push through the discomfort, through the fatigue, through the doubt. Remember, hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard. So don't just dream about success, earn it. The grind may be tough, but the reward is worth every bit of effort you put in. Consistency is key. When you put in the hours, the results will follow. Don't get distracted by the easy way out, because shortcuts never lead to long-term success. Number 6, no excuses. Let me tell you something. Excuses are nothing but lies we tell ourselves to justify why we're not where we should be. No excuses. You're not too tired, you're not too busy, you're not too old, you're not too young. Stop telling yourself what you can't do and start focusing on what you can do. Every time you make an excuse, you're giving up on your own potential. So, no more. No excuses. Life doesn't wait for you to be ready. It keeps moving, and so should you. Every time you make an excuse, you're holding yourself back from reaching your full potential. You either find a way, or you find an excuse. It's that simple. Successful people don't waste time blaming others or circumstances. They take ownership of their lives and find solutions. So today, start holding yourself accountable. Refuse to let excuses define your destiny. Every excuse is a missed opportunity, and every moment you justify inaction, you delay your success. Don't let excuses rob you of your greatness. Number 7, I was born to do great things. Do you feel that? That pull inside you? That's greatness calling your name. You were born to do great things. You weren't put here just to get by. You weren't created to be average. You've got a purpose, a calling. And every single day you need to remind yourself that greatness is in your DNA. You were born for this. Don't settle for less when greatness is in your blood. You were designed with a unique talent, a gift that the world needs. Don't keep it hidden. You owe it to yourself and the world to shine. Every time you doubt yourself, remember that you were chosen for something special. Every challenge you face is preparing you for your moment of greatness. It's not about being better than anyone else. It's about being the best version of yourself. So walk in your purpose and never forget, you were born for greatness. Every great achievement starts with a decision to try. It's up to you to claim your greatness and make it real. Number 8, people's opinions don't affect me. You know what happens when you start living life on your terms? People start talking. They'll criticize. They'll doubt you. They'll try to bring you down. But guess what? People's opinions don't affect me. Let them talk. Let them doubt. Their words can't stop your grind. Their negativity can't slow you down. You're focused, locked in. So don't give people the power to shake your confidence. You've got too much to accomplish to worry about what other people think. Opinions are just that. Opinions. They aren't facts. The truth is, most people are projecting their own insecurities onto you. What really matters is how you see yourself. If you believe in your mission, if you're committed to your journey, then what anyone else says is irrelevant. Stay focused on your path. Don't let outside noise disrupt your inner peace. You weren't born to fit into anyone else's box. Keep moving forward. Stay grounded in your purpose and let the results speak for themselves. Number 9, life is precious. At the end of the day, no matter how hard you work, no matter how many goals you set, you've got to remember, life is precious. Don't waste a single moment. Don't let negativity steal your joy.
Hey Gaza,
Don't
how
take
you
the people you
doing?
love for granted. Every day you're alive is a gift. Treat it like one. Wake up with gratitude, live with passion, and always remember that life is too short to be anything but your best. We often get so caught up in the hustle and grind that we forget the bigger picture. This life, these moments, they're fleeting. So while you're working hard for your goals, don't forget to appreciate the beauty around you. Take time to laugh, to love, to live fully. Time is something you can't get back, so don't waste it on things that don't bring you joy or purpose. Make every day count. Surround yourself with positivity, and never lose sight of what really matters. Life is precious, and it's up to you to make the most of it. So there you have it. 9 things to tell yourself every single day, because you deserve to live a life full of greatness, potential, and purpose. And remember, I left a question in the comment section. I want to hear from you because your thoughts, your insights, they're important to this journey we're on together. Stay focused, stay motivated, and keep pushing forward, because you are the best. If you've made it this far, you have the power within you to change your life. Right now, at this very moment, you possess something extraordinary, the ability to choose your thoughts. That single choice is the key to unlocking everything you're capable of. Because make no mistake, negative thinking is a thief. It steals your joy, robs you of opportunity, and traps you in a cycle of fear and self-doubt. But today that ends. Today we make a decision to silence the noise, to take back control, and to kill negative thinking once and for all. Before we fully dive in, I just ask for one small thing. If you can, take a second to like or hype the video. It helps to reach more people who might need these words today. Thank you. Now, how many times have you talked yourself out of a dream? How many chances have you let slip away because that little voice in your head whispered, "You're not good enough, you're not smart enough, you're not ready"? That voice is a liar. It feeds on your insecurities and grows stronger every time you listen to it. But the moment you challenge it, the moment you choose a different thought, it loses its power. You see, your mind is like a garden. Whatever you plant and nurture is what will grow. If you constantly feed it doubt, fear, and limitation, that's what will shape your reality. But if you plant seeds of belief, gratitude, and courage, your life will begin to transform in ways you never imagined. This isn't about pretending that life is easy or that challenges don't exist. It's about choosing how you respond to those challenges. It's about realizing that you have the strength within you to face anything, and to rise every single time you fall. There was once a young man who grew up in poverty. He had every reason to believe that life was unfair, that success belonged to other people. But one day he made a choice. He decided that his circumstances would not define him. He refused to let his environment dictate his destiny. Instead of focusing on what he lacked, he focused on what he could control. His thoughts, his actions, his mindset. Day by day, he worked on himself. When negative thoughts crept in, he didn't let them linger. He replaced them with words of power. He surrounded himself with people who lifted him up, not dragged him down. He filled his mind with knowledge that inspired him, with ideas that pushed him forward. He set goals, he worked tirelessly, and he refused to quit. Years later, that same young man became a successful entrepreneur, a loving father, and a respected member of his community. He didn't get there by luck. He got there by mastering his mind. He killed negative thinking and built a mindset of growth and possibility. And that same power exists within you. You can rewrite your story starting today, but it requires action. It requires discipline. It requires you to become the guardian of your mind, to decide which thoughts get to stay and which ones must go. So how do we do it? How do we kill negative thinking once and for all? It begins with awareness. Most people go through life on autopilot, letting their thoughts drift wherever they please, never questioning whether those thoughts even serve them, but not you. From this moment on, you must become aware of what you're thinking. Pay attention to that voice in your head. What is it saying? Is it encouraging you or tearing you down? Is it empowering you or holding you back? Once you become aware of your thoughts, challenge them. Don't just accept every negative idea as truth. Ask yourself, is this really true? What proof do I have? You'll discover that most negative thoughts are nothing but fear disguised as logic. They aren't facts, they're habits. And once you realize that, you can begin to change them. Replace the negative with the positive. This isn't about lying to yourself. It's about choosing to focus on your strengths instead of your weaknesses, your potential instead of your limitations. For example, instead of saying, I'm not smart enough to get that promotion, say, I have valuable skills and experience to offer. I'm going to work hard, keep learning, and give it everything I've got. Because your brain believes what you tell it. If you constantly feed it negativity, it will search for proof to confirm it. But if you feed it empowering thoughts, it will find reasons to believe in your success. Every thought you choose plants a seed. Every seed becomes your future. So choose wisely. Choose growth. Choose belief. Choose the mindset that will shape the life you truly deserve. Remember, your brain believes whatever you tell it. It listens to your inner dialogue more than it listens to anyone else. If you constantly feed it messages of doubt, fear, and limitation, it will look for evidence to prove those messages right. It will filter your world through the lens of negativity. But if you choose to feed it empowering, uplifting thoughts, your mind will start to seek evidence that supports those instead. The more you repeat positivity, the more your brain rewires itself to expect it, to find it, to create it. Your thoughts literally build the foundation of your reality. One of the most powerful tools in killing negative thinking is gratitude. You cannot feel truly negative when your heart is focused on what you're grateful for. Gratitude is the antidote to anxiety. It's impossible to be bitter and thankful at the same time. Every day, make it a habit to pause and list at least 3 things you're grateful for. They don't have to be grand or dramatic. Sometimes the smallest things carry the greatest meaning. Maybe it's the warmth of the morning sun on your face. Maybe it's the sound of laughter from someone you love. Maybe it's the meal that nourished you or the friend who reached out just to see how you were doing. Gratitude shifts your focus from what's missing in your life to what's already there. It retrains your brain to look for what's right instead of what's wrong. And over time, that shift becomes your default way of thinking. Natural, automatic, unstoppable. The words you use, both in your mind and out loud, shape the world around you. Language has energy. It can build or it can destroy. It can lift you up or it can bury you under the weight of your own self-doubt. Start paying attention to the words that come out of your mouth. Are you saying things like, I can't, it's too hard, or I'll never be able to? Those phrases are poison. They're self-fulfilling prophecies that program your mind to accept defeat before you've even begun. The moment you say, I can't, your mind stops looking for a solution. But the moment you say, how can I? a door opens. When you say, it's too hard, shift it to, this is challenging, but I'm getting stronger. When you say, I'll never be able to, replace it with, I'm learning, I'm improving, and I'm working toward it. Your words create your world. Speak power, speak life, speak possibility. Another crucial key to killing negative thinking is surrounding yourself with positivity. The people you spend your time with, the media you consume, the books you read, the conversations you have, they all feed your mind. Ask yourself honestly, does my environment lift me up or drain me? Do the people around me encourage my growth or keep me trapped in cycles of negativity? You don't have to cut people off completely, but you do need to limit your exposure to constant complaining, drama, or pessimism. Protect your mental space. Seek out people who challenge you to think bigger. Learn from mentors who inspire you. Fill your mind with uplifting stories, podcasts, and books that ignite your purpose and push you toward progress. The more positivity you surround yourself with, the easier it becomes to maintain a positive mindset because your environment will begin to support your vision instead of suffocating it. Now, I know what some of you might be thinking. This all sounds great, but my life is hard right now. Things keep going wrong. How am I supposed to stay positive when everything around me feels like it's falling apart? I hear you. Life can be brutally tough. We all face disappointment, failure, heartbreak, and loss. You can't always control what happens to you, but you can always control how you respond to it. Viktor Frankl, a Holocaust survivor and psychiatrist, once said, everything can be taken from a man but one thing, the last of the human freedoms, to choose one's attitude in any given set of circumstances, to choose one's own way. Even in the darkest of moments, you still have that power. You can choose to rise. You can choose to find meaning in your struggle. You can choose to turn pain into purpose. When life hits you hard, ask yourself, what can I learn from this? How can this make me stronger? What opportunity might this be creating? It doesn't mean ignoring your pain or pretending everything is fine when it's not. It means acknowledging your feelings, processing them in a healthy way, and then deciding that they will not define you. It means standing up after every fall and saying, this will not break me. This will build me, because no matter how heavy life gets, as long as you can control your attitude, you can control your direction. And when you choose hope over despair, gratitude over bitterness, faith over fear, you take back your power one thought at a time. Every successful person you look up to has faced failure, disappointment, and rejection. The difference between them and the rest is not that they never failed. It's that they refused to let those failures define them. They turned every setback into a stepping stone, every obstacle into a lesson, every no into motivation to push harder. Thomas Edison once said, I have not failed. I've just found 10,000 ways that won't work. That's the mindset of a winner. That's the kind of thinking that changes the world. Winners don't see failure as the end. They see it as feedback, as information, as part of the process. So how do you keep a positive mindset when life gets hard? One powerful technique is visualization. Your brain doesn't know the difference between something vividly imagined and something real. When you visualize success, you're literally rewiring your mind to expect it, to prepare for it, to create it. Take a few minutes each day to close your eyes and imagine yourself living the life you want. See yourself walking into that room with confidence. Hear the applause as you achieve your goal. Feel the joy of crossing that finish line. Smell the air, sense the energy, live it in your mind as if it's already happening. The more real you make it internally, the more your subconscious works to bring it into existence.
You're not just dreaming, you're programming your brain for success. Another critical pillar of maintaining a positive mindset is taking care of your physical health. Your mind and body are deeply connected. When your body suffers, your mind follows. When you neglect sleep, eat junk, or stay sedentary, you make it harder to think clearly, harder to stay optimistic, harder to feel strong. Treat your body like an ally, not an afterthought. Get enough rest. Feed yourself foods that energize you, not drain you. Move your body. Exercise isn't just for your muscles, it's for your mind. It releases endorphins that lift your mood and clear the mental fog. And don't forget the quiet moments. Meditation and mindfulness help you catch negative thoughts before they spiral, giving you the power to control them instead of letting them control you. Without clear goals, even the strongest mind begins to wander. When you don't know where you're going, it's easy to lose motivation and slip into negativity. So set goals, clear, specific, meaningful goals. Write them down, break them into steps you can act on daily. Celebrate small wins along the way, because every small victory builds momentum and belief. Goals give you direction. They give you something positive to focus on when everything else feels uncertain. But remember this, your goals must be yours. Don't chase what others tell you to want. Don't live by society's definition of success. Choose goals that align with your values, your passions, your purpose. And purpose is everything. Purpose gives your life meaning beyond your routines, beyond your struggles. It gives you a reason to rise when you fall. Your purpose doesn't have to be huge or world-changing. It just has to matter to you. Maybe it's being the best parent you can be. Maybe it's creating art that touches someone's soul. Maybe it's building something that improves one person's life. Whatever it is, let it guide you. Purpose is your North Star. It keeps you moving even when the road is dark. Some people think positive thinking means pretending everything is fine, ignoring pain, or denying reality. But that's not positivity. That's avoidance. Real positivity is about facing problems head on with faith and courage. It's not saying nothing's wrong. It's saying, no matter what's wrong, I'll find a way through it. When you face a challenge, instead of thinking, this is terrible, I'll never get through this, try thinking, this is tough, but I've overcome worse before. I can do it again. That's how you shift from a victim mindset to an empowered one. You're not helpless. You're not trapped. You are the author of your own story, and every chapter of struggle can become a story of strength. And finally, forgiveness. One of the most powerful tools in destroying negative thinking. Holding on to anger, grudges, and resentment is like drinking poison and expecting someone else to die. It doesn't hurt them, it eats away at you. Forgiveness doesn't mean you approve of what happened or forget the pain. It means you choose peace over bitterness. You choose freedom over emotional chains. And forgiveness isn't just for others, it's for yourself too. Stop punishing yourself for the mistakes of your past. You are not the same person you were back then. Learn from what went wrong, make amends where you can, and then let it go. Don't keep reopening old wounds that are trying to heal. You are not defined by what you've done. You are defined by what you choose to do next. When you forgive, you make room for peace. When you let go, you create space for growth. When you release the weight of resentment, you rise higher than ever before. And that, right there, is how you take your power back from negativity. It's how you start living life on your terms. You are not defined by your past. You are defined by who you choose to be right now, in this very moment. Every second gives you a new chance to decide who you are, what you stand for, and what direction your life will take. The past may have shaped you, but it does not have to limit you. You have the power to rewrite your story starting today. Positive thinking is powerful, but it must walk hand in hand with positive action. You can't sit still, repeat affirmations, and expect your life to magically transform. Thoughts create vision, but action creates change. When you take even the smallest step toward your goals, you build momentum. You create proof for yourself that you are capable of progress. That single action, no matter how small, becomes fuel for the next. Confidence is not built by waiting, it's built by doing. Start small if you have to. Make your bed each morning. Go for a 10-minute walk. Send that message you've been avoiding. Organize one corner of your room. Take one step, then another, and another. Action feeds motivation. The more you do, the more you'll want to do. It's like a snowball rolling down a hill, gathering speed and power as it moves. Progress compounds. Momentum grows. Before you know it, what once felt impossible starts to feel inevitable. Another key to killing negative thinking is learning to embrace failure. Too many people are paralyzed by the fear of it. They'd rather stay still than risk falling. But failure is not the opposite of success. It's part of it. Every successful person you admire has failed, over and over again. The difference is that they refuse to let those failures define them. When you fail, don't call it defeat, call it feedback. Each mistake carries a lesson, and those lessons are the building blocks of greatness. Develop a growth mindset. Believe that your abilities can be developed through effort, practice, and persistence. Talent is only the starting point. It's your dedication and consistency that shape your future. Success isn't given. It's earned through learning, adapting, and never giving up. In today's social media world, it's easier than ever to fall into the trap of comparison. We scroll through highlight reels of other people's lives and convince ourselves that we're behind. But what you see online is not the full picture. It's a snapshot, a filtered moment. You're not in competition with anyone else. Your journey is your own, and your timing is perfect for you. The only person you should try to be better than is the person you were yesterday. Focus on your own progress, no matter how small. Celebrate every step forward. Remember, success is not limited. Someone else's victory doesn't take away from yours. In fact, their success is proof that it's possible. Let it inspire you, not discourage you. When you see others win, it means winning is within reach. Another powerful way to destroy negative thinking is through reframing. Learning to see situations from a different perspective. Life won't always go as planned, but you always have a choice in how you interpret what happens to you. Lost your job? Maybe it's the push you needed to start that business you've been dreaming about. A relationship ended? Maybe it's creating space for someone who will truly value you. Reframing doesn't mean ignoring the pain or pretending it doesn't hurt. It means choosing to focus on the potential for growth instead of getting stuck in disappointment. Every difficulty carries the seed of opportunity, if you're willing to look for it. And through it all, never forget the importance of self-care in maintaining a positive mindset. Too often we give everything we have to others, our time, our energy, our attention, and leave nothing for ourselves. Then we wonder why we feel empty, drained, or negative. You can't pour from an empty cup. Taking care of yourself isn't selfish, it's essential. When you nurture yourself, you strengthen your ability to show up fully in every other area of your life. Self-care looks different for everyone. Maybe for you, it's taking a quiet walk in nature, reading a book that fills your mind with peace, soaking in a warm bath after a long day, or setting boundaries that protect your energy. Maybe it's saying no to commitments that don't serve you, or simply allowing yourself to rest without guilt. Whatever it is, make time for it. Schedule it like any other important appointment, because it is one. When you treat yourself with care and respect, you remind your mind and body that you are worthy of peace, balance, and happiness. The more you take care of yourself, the easier it becomes to think clearly, to act courageously, and to stay positive, no matter what life throws your way. Another crucial part of killing negative thinking is building resilience, the strength to bounce back from setbacks, to keep moving when life knocks you down. Resilience is what separates those who crumble from those who rise stronger than before. It's not something you're born with. It's something you build through experience, through persistence, through refusing to quit. Every challenge you face is an opportunity to strengthen that muscle. Every obstacle you overcome teaches your mind one unshakable truth. I can handle this. I've done it before, and I can do it again. Resilience grows each time you push through difficulty instead of surrendering to it. One way to build it is through optimistic self-talk. When you face a setback, it's easy to fall into that spiral of, this always happens to me, I'll never succeed. But instead, train your mind to respond differently. Say to yourself, this is temporary. I can learn from this. I can come back stronger. That shift in language changes everything. You stop seeing failure as the end and start seeing it as part of the process. Resilience doesn't mean you never feel pain, frustration, or sadness. It means you don't let those emotions define you. You acknowledge them, feel them, and then keep going anyway. That's true strength. Your environment also plays a massive role in your mindset. A cluttered space leads to a cluttered mind. When your surroundings are chaotic, it becomes harder to think clearly or feel calm. Take time to create an environment that supports positivity and peace. Declutter your space. Add plants that bring life into your room. Hang artwork that inspires you. Create a small area that feels like your sanctuary, a place for reflection, meditation, or silence. And remember, your digital environment matters just as much. If you're constantly surrounded by negative news, toxic arguments, and endless scrolling through other people's lives, it's no wonder you feel drained. Start curating your online world. Follow pages that motivate you. Listen to voices that uplift you. Replace noise with nourishment. Another powerful weapon against negative thinking is mindfulness. Mindfulness is simply being fully present in the moment, without judgment, without reaction. It's learning to observe your thoughts instead of being controlled by them. When you practice mindfulness, you realize something liberating. You are not your thoughts. You have thoughts, but they don't define you. They come and go like clouds in the sky. You get to decide which ones to focus on, which ones to believe, and which ones to let drift away. The more mindful you become, the less power negativity has over you. You can acknowledge it without feeding it, notice it without surrendering to it, and redirect your energy towards something constructive. Don't forget the importance of celebrating your wins, no matter how small they may seem. Most of us are so focused on the next goal, the next milestone, the next mountain to climb, that we forget to look back and see how far we've already come. Take time each day to acknowledge your progress. Maybe you made a healthy choice today. Maybe you had a good conversation with someone you care about. Maybe you took one small step toward a big dream. Every little victory matters. Celebrating these moments builds momentum. It reinforces your belief that you're capable of success. It trains your brain to seek out what's good in your life instead of what's lacking. Another essential part of maintaining a positive mindset is continuous learning and growth. When you're learning, you're expanding your mind. You're keeping it alive and forward focused. Stagnation breeds negativity, but growth creates energy and excitement. Read books that challenge you. Take courses that inspire you. Try new things. Step into situations that make you a little uncomfortable. That's where growth lives, just outside your comfort zone. Every time you push yourself to learn something new, you remind your mind that you are capable of progress, that you are not stuck. And each time you face fear and move through it, you prove to yourself that you're stronger than you ever imagined. Finally, one of the most powerful ways to kill negative thinking is through service, helping others. When you shift your focus from your own problems to making a difference in someone else's life, your perspective changes. It's hard to feel hopeless when you're given hope. It's hard to feel worthless when you're adding value to someone else's world. Service doesn't have to mean grand gestures. You don't have to start a foundation or give away fortunes. Sometimes it's as simple as being there for a friend who needs you, smiling at a stranger, mentoring someone younger, or volunteering a bit of your time. Small acts of kindness ripple outward in ways you can't imagine. They spread positivity beyond what you can see. And in doing so, they heal the negativity within you. When you serve others, you connect to something bigger than yourself. You remember that your life has meaning, that you matter, and that you're part of a greater story. And in that connection, negativity loses its grip. Gratitude grows, purpose deepens, and you begin to see yourself and the world through the lens of possibility again. In the pursuit of killing negative thinking, it's essential to understand one of the most powerful truths about your mind: the concept of neuroplasticity. Your brain is not fixed. It's not set in stone. It's constantly evolving, reshaping itself, forming new neural pathways based on what you think, feel, and experience. This means that with every thought, you are literally rewiring your brain. Every time you choose a positive thought over a negative one, you strengthen the neural connections that support positivity, confidence, and growth. At first, it takes effort. It feels unnatural, even forced, like trying to carve a new trail through a dense forest. The first time is difficult. You're pushing through resistance, through overgrown habits and old patterns of thinking. But each time you walk that path, each time you choose optimism, gratitude, or courage, it becomes clearer, smoother, easier to travel. Eventually, positivity becomes your brain's path of least resistance. It becomes your natural state of being. Another powerful tool for reprogramming your mind is the use of affirmations. Affirmations are positive statements that you repeat to yourself until they take root. They counter negative self-talk and replace it with empowering beliefs. When you tell yourself, "I am capable of handling whatever comes my way," or "I am worthy of love and success," you are planting seeds of truth into your subconscious. At first, those words might feel uncomfortable or false, especially if you've spent years feeding yourself doubt. But consistency changes everything. Your subconscious mind doesn't know the difference between what's real and what's imagined. It simply believes what it's told repeatedly. The more you affirm your power, your worth, your strength, the more your mind begins to believe it. And soon, it becomes your reality. Equally important in maintaining a positive mindset is developing emotional intelligence. The ability to understand, manage, and channel your emotions in a healthy way. Emotional intelligence doesn't mean suppressing your feelings or pretending you're fine when you're not. It means becoming aware of your emotions without being ruled by them. When you can recognize what you're feeling and why, you gain control over your reactions. Instead of exploding in anger, you pause. Instead of drowning in sadness, you find meaning in it. Instead of letting fear stop you, you use it as motivation. Emotional intelligence also helps you empathize with others to see beyond your own perspective, to respond thoughtfully instead of impulsively. It's a skill, and like any skill, it gets stronger the more you practice. Another essential part of killing negative thinking is learning to set and protect healthy boundaries. Boundaries are not walls, they are gates. They define what you allow in and what you keep out. Without boundaries, it's easy to fall into people-pleasing, saying yes when you want to say no, taking on more than you can handle, or tolerating disrespect that slowly erodes your self-esteem. All of that feeds negative thinking. Boundaries, on the other hand, protect your peace. They remind you and others that your time, energy, and mental health matter. It might feel uncomfortable at first to set limits, especially if you're used to putting everyone else first, but remember, self-care is not selfish. Boundaries allow you to show up more authentically, more fully, and with more love, because you're not running on empty. In this journey of transformation, it's also crucial to confront perfectionism, one of the biggest enemies of positivity. While striving for excellence can inspire growth, perfectionism does the opposite. It whispers that you're never good enough, that no matter how much you achieve, it's not enough. It breeds stress, self-doubt, and constant comparison. But here's the truth. Perfection doesn't exist. You don't need to be flawless to be valuable. Instead of aiming for perfection, aim for progress. Learn to embrace the idea of good enough. Making mistakes doesn't mean you failed. It means you're human. It means you're learning. The goal isn't to be perfect. It's to be better than you were yesterday. That's real growth. That's real success. Another transformative mindset in combating negativity is the practice of radical acceptance. This doesn't mean you have to like everything that happens in your life or that you give up trying to improve it. It means acknowledging reality as it is, without denial or resistance. When you fight against what is, you create suffering for yourself. You waste energy wishing things were different, instead of using that energy to move forward. Acceptance frees you. It gives you clarity and peace. It allows you to focus on what you can control, your attitude, your actions, your response. Radical acceptance doesn't mean you surrender to negative circumstances. It means you face them with honesty and courage. You stop asking, why is this happening to me? And start asking, what can I do with this? That shift in mindset turns pain into power. And when you combine acceptance with curiosity, you open the door to infinite possibilities. Instead of immediately labeling something as bad or unfair, ask yourself, what can I learn from this? How might this help me grow? What new perspective can this experience give me? Curiosity softens judgment. It transforms frustration into understanding. It helps you see that every experience, good or bad, has something to teach you if you're willing to listen. And that's what killing negative thinking is truly about. Reclaiming control over your mind, your emotions, and your life. It's not pretending everything is perfect. It's learning to see that even imperfection can be beautiful when viewed through the right lens. Curiosity keeps your mind flexible and open. It allows you to see beyond your first reaction, beyond the fear, the frustration, or the confusion, and uncover new perspectives and creative solutions to your challenges. When you approach life with curiosity instead of judgment, you stop asking, why is this happening to me? And start asking, what can I learn from this? That shift opens doors that negativity keeps closed. Another essential part of maintaining a positive mindset is managing your energy. Your thoughts and emotions are directly tied to your physical and mental energy levels. When you're exhausted, Overwhelmed or running on empty, positivity becomes harder to access. Your patience runs thin, your focus blurs, and your perspective narrows. That's why managing your energy isn't optional, it's vital. It means knowing when to push yourself and when to rest. It means recognizing that rest is not weakness, it's fuel. It means prioritizing the people, places, and activities that recharge you and limiting the ones that drain you. Learn to say no to commitments that don't align with your goals or your values. You are not a machine. You can't operate at full capacity all the time. Give yourself permission to pause, to breathe, to recover. Rest is not laziness. It's an investment in clarity, strength, and long-term growth. A well-rested mind thinks better, solves problems faster, and finds hope where exhaustion once found despair. In your quest to kill negative thinking, you must also examine the impact of your social circle. The people you spend time with shape your mindset more than you realize. Their energy becomes your energy. Their attitude, whether positive or negative, seeps into your own. Surround yourself with those who lift you, who encourage you to grow, who believe in your potential even when you doubt it. Limit your exposure to chronic complainers, pessimists, or those who thrive on drama. Negativity is contagious, but so is optimism. Protect your environment like you protect your dreams. You don't need to cut people out entirely, but you do need to manage how much of yourself you give to relationships that drain you. Remember, you are the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with, so choose wisely. Spend time with those who inspire you to think bigger, love deeper, and rise higher. Another powerful tool in combating negative thinking is journaling. Writing down your thoughts and emotions is more than an exercise. It's a form of self-awareness and healing. Journaling helps you process what you feel, identify patterns, and recognize the triggers that lead to negativity. It brings clarity to the chaos in your mind. Try keeping a gratitude journal. Each day, write down 3 things you're thankful for. They don't need to be grand gestures. Sometimes the smallest moments are the most meaningful. The taste of your morning coffee, the quiet of early dawn, a kind message from a friend. Gratitude shifts your focus from what's missing to what's already good. You can also keep a wins journal, a simple record of your daily accomplishments, no matter how small. It could be something like finishing a workout, completing a task you were avoiding, or choosing patience in a stressful moment. When you feel discouraged, look back at those pages. They'll remind you of your progress, your strength, and how far you've already come. Laughter and joy are also essential in maintaining a positive mindset. Laughter is one of life's most powerful antidotes to negativity. It releases endorphins, reduces stress, and instantly shifts your energy. Make time for joy. Don't treat it as a luxury. Treat it as a necessity. Watch a funny movie. Spend time with people who make you smile. Share stories that make you laugh until your stomach hurts. Find humor in the ordinary moments of life. You don't need everything to be serious to be successful. It's okay to be silly, to make mistakes, to laugh at yourself. Joy doesn't distract you from your goals. It fuels the energy you need to reach them. Another critical step in killing negative thinking is learning to trust yourself. So much negativity stems from self-doubt, from not believing that you have what it takes. We second-guess our decisions, question our instincts, and underestimate our own worth. But building self-trust is one of the most empowering things you can do. It starts small. Keep promises to yourself. If you say you're going to do something, do it. Not to prove it to others, but to prove it to yourself. Each time you follow through, you reinforce the belief that you can rely on you. Honor your own boundaries. Learn to listen to your intuition, that quiet inner voice that knows what's right for you, even before your mind tries to reason it away. When you consistently keep your word to yourself, something powerful happens. Doubt fades and confidence grows. Remember, you are the one constant in your life. People, circumstances, and opportunities may come and go, but you will always have yourself. Trusting that person, the one in the mirror, is how you reclaim your power. And finally, we must talk about comparison. One of the most destructive habits in today's world. In the age of social media, it's easier than ever to compare your behind the scenes to someone else's highlight reel. We scroll through filtered perfection and convince ourselves that we're falling short. But what you're seeing is not the full story. You don't see the doubts behind the smiles, the struggles behind the success, the failures behind the triumphs. Your journey is your own, unique, sacred, and unfolding at its own pace. The only person you need to compare yourself to is who you were yesterday. Each day, aim to grow a little more, learn a little more, and believe a little more. Someone else's success doesn't take away from yours. It shows you what's possible. When you let go of comparison, you create space for gratitude, for peace, and for authentic progress. The kind that lasts. Remember, social media is a highlight reel. You're comparing your behind the scenes to someone else's carefully edited performance. You see their victories, but not their failures. Their smiles, but not their struggles. That kind of comparison is poison. It feeds feelings of inadequacy, self-doubt, and envy. The truth is, every person you compare yourself to is fighting battles you can't see, carrying burdens you don't know about. So stop measuring your worth against their surface. Instead, measure your growth against who you were yesterday. That's the only comparison that matters. Focus on your own progress, your own evolution. Celebrate your unique journey, the wins, the lessons, and even the setbacks, because they've shaped you into who you are today. Your pace doesn't need to match anyone else's. Your timeline is your own. When you stop competing with others and start growing for yourself, peace replaces pressure, and progress becomes natural. Another powerful strategy for combating negative thinking is self-compassion. We are so often our own harshest critics. We say things to ourselves we would never say to someone we love. We tear ourselves down for mistakes, for imperfections, for being human. But the truth is, self-compassion is not weakness, it's strength. It's about treating yourself with the same kindness and patience you'd offer a friend going through a tough time. Everyone makes mistakes, everyone stumbles, everyone has moments of doubt. What matters is how you speak to yourself in those moments. When you catch yourself in negative self-talk, when your mind starts whispering, "I'm not enough, I always mess up, I can't do this," pause. Ask yourself, would I say this to a friend? If the answer is no, then why say it to yourself? Replace those words with compassion. Try, I'm learning, I'm growing. I made a mistake, but I can make it right. The goal isn't perfection, it's progress. Self-compassion doesn't mean lowering your standards. It means understanding that growth requires patience, not punishment. Another powerful tool to overcome negative thinking is visualization. Your mind responds to vivid imagery. When you visualize success, truly see it, feel it, live it in your imagination, your subconscious begins to work toward making it real. Spend a few minutes each day imagining yourself achieving your goals. Picture the details. See yourself walking confidently into that meeting. Feel the excitement of reaching that milestone. Hear the sound of applause or the quiet satisfaction of a goal achieved. The more real you make it in your mind, the more your brain believes it's possible. Your mind doesn't distinguish between a vividly imagined experience and a real one. This is your advantage. When you visualize success repeatedly, you're training your brain to expect it, to prepare for it, and to create it. You begin to act in alignment with that belief. And that's how dreams start to manifest into reality. A crucial part of maintaining a positive mindset is also embracing uncertainty. So much negativity comes from fearing the unknown, from trying to control every outcome, from worrying about what might go wrong. We create entire worst-case scenarios in our minds, living through disasters that haven't even happened. But uncertainty isn't your enemy. It's life's natural rhythm. It's the space where possibility lives. No one knows exactly what the future holds. And that's what makes it beautiful. Instead of fearing uncertainty, try to see it as an adventure, as a chance for discovery and growth. Every uncertain situation holds two sides, fear and opportunity. Choose to focus on the opportunity. When you shift from what if it goes wrong to what if it turns out better than I ever imagined, you open yourself up to miracles. Remember, some of the best things in life, the relationships, the breakthroughs, the opportunities, come from the unexpected. And finally, understand this. Killing negative thinking isn't about never having a negative thought again. That's impossible. It's about learning to recognize those thoughts, challenge them, and consciously choose something better. It's about progress, not perfection. There will be good days and bad days. Days when positivity feels effortless, and days when it feels like a battle. But with persistence, awareness, and practice, you can rewire your brain to default toward positivity instead of fear. So when negativity rises, remind yourself, you have a choice. You have the power to direct your thoughts, to shape your mindset, to rewrite your reality. You have the power to turn pain into strength, doubt into determination, fear into faith. You are not a victim of your thoughts. You are the master of them. And when you take control of that inner world, your outer world will begin to transform. If you're still here, that means you've got the heart of a fighter, someone who refuses to give up. Type, "I'm done with negative thinking" in the comments to mark this moment, the moment your new chapter begins. You have the power to choose your thoughts. You have the power to shape your reality. You have the power to create a life filled with joy, purpose, and positivity. It all begins in your mind, and your mind belongs to you. Remember, only you decide how limitless you are.
All of us have motivation of some sort. I define motivation as the desire to achieve that which you believe to be worthwhile. And many people go through life never getting in touch with their greatness because of the lack of motivation to push themselves, or because they have not found something that they believe to be worthwhile to challenge them. I heard a poem once that said, many a flower has bloomed unceasingly and wasted sweetness upon the cold desert air. It's translated, that means simply that many a talented persons have gone unnoticed, and the world never had a chance to be exposed to their talent because that person did not take the time to begin to express or to demonstrate or to motivate themselves in the direction to bring that which they came into the universe to bring. How can you measure your motivation? How can you evaluate where you are on a scale of 1 to 10? Let's do this for ourselves mentally. How do you rate yourself from 1 to 10? Your mental attitude about yourself, how you feel about you, how you feel about life. How do you rate yourself on a scale of 1 to 10 in terms of your physical appearance, in terms of your health? Do you take care of yourself? Are you allowing yourself to get overweight and out of shape? Are you conscious of your health? Are you watching the food that you take into your body? Do you make a deliberate effort to exercise? You know, it was George Burns. He said, we cannot help getting older, but we don't have to get old. And many of us get old before our time because we don't take time to take care of ourselves. Your environment is a very good indicator. On a scale of 1 to 10, is it what you want it to be? Do you find it desirable? Are you satisfied? The job or career that you're involved in. Someone said that 85% of the American public are unhappy with their jobs. Are you spending 8 hours a day just doing time? Doing something that you don't find challenging, that does not make you stretch mentally, that does not stimulate you, that does not inspire you. Something that you don't find a sense of fulfillment in it. If you're doing that day in and day out, it has to affect how you feel about yourself, your level of motivation. Your relationships. What kind of impact is it having on your life? Is it nourishing or is it a toxic relationship? Does it drain you or does it build you up? Ask yourself that. How motivated are you to do something about it? Your contribution, your actions. What are you giving? Many people will leave the universe without a trace. No one will know they were here. In fact, under their name, we could put under there, not used up. Will anybody know that you came this way? What contribution are you giving? What will you leave? What will be different because you came this way? Someone once said that life is our gift to us, that God has given us, and how we live our lives is our gift to God. What kind of gift are you formulating? Is this a gift that you like to take back and do something else before you turn it in? Think about that. What can we do? What are some of the keys that we can begin to use to motivate ourselves when our batteries run low? Because I don't care who you are, I don't care what you do, at some time you are going to get tired. At some time you're going to get in a rut. Seems like nothing you do works out right. And sometimes it just seems like you just don't have the wherewithal or the will to do anything. But sometimes you act like you're punched drunk. You're just wading through, like just doing time, day in and day out, looking at non-discriminatory television, anything that's on, just looking. And depressed, feeling powerless, feeling useless, and bored. What do? How do you get yourself out of a rut? How do you, when you know you can do more than what you've been doing, and you're not doing it, and you're discontent with where you are, you get angry at yourself. How do you get out of that rut? How do you motivate yourself? One of the things that we must do is that we must be involved in working on achieving self-mastery. You must work on yourself continuously. Never be satisfied with yourself. Always know that as you invest the effort and time on you, that's the greatest ability that human beings have above animals. See, a dog can't be anything but a dog. Tree can't be anything but a tree. Human being, you've got unlimited potential. You can put effort on you, and by concentrating on you and developing you, you can transform your life wherever you are right now. So you want to work on yourself. You want to read books that inspire you and motivate you. You want to listen to tapes over and over and over again. And I suggest that you listen to tapes when you first get up in the morning. You want to control the spirit of your day. When you first wake up in the morning, your mind is operating at 10.5 wave cycles per second. That's when the subconscious mind is most impressionable. Whatever you hear in the first 20 minutes when you wake up, that will affect the spirit of your day. When you listen to tapes, listen with relaxed belief. Believing that this can happen for you. And by listening to them, listen to them over and over and over again, and you will get a breakthrough. You can listen to the same tape for months, and all of a sudden, you hear something you never heard before. It have a special meaning for you. Or read the same book over again, and you find some special insight. You say, I can't believe I didn't see that the first time. So you want to be involved in developing yourself. Most people won't do that. Most people won't take that kind of effort and invest that kind of energy in themselves because they will fall prey to that conversation within. Oh, don't do that. You don't have time. You're too busy. You're too caught up in the rat race. Most people won't do that. Well, they won't take time to go to lectures. They won't take time to go to seminars. They won't take time to go to classes to improve themselves. And as you continue to work on yourself, you will begin to expand your vision of yourself. You begin to work towards self-mastery. And you will begin to see it reflect itself in all the dimensions of your life, your mental life, your physical life, your social life, in your relationships, your monetary life. So concentrate on developing yourself. Because if you don't, I guarantee you that you will make a settlement. And most people have. And most of us already have. What kind of settlement have you made with your life? You know, when we make settlements, out of court settlements, you've heard them? That means that you decided to take something less than what you originally wanted to get had you gone into court. And the reason that you settled outside of court is because you didn't believe that you can get it. So you made an out-of-court settlement. Many of us are making in-life settlement. We're settling for less than what we actually deserve. We don't feel good about it, but we make it work in our minds. We'll come up with some kind of excuse to make it all right. What kind of settlement have you made with your life? Many of us settle for less than what we want out of relationships because we don't have the courage to change them. In order to begin to find some keys to self-motivation to drive yourself, in addition to working on yourself, and as you work on yourself, you feel good about yourself, and as you feel better about yourself, you treat yourself differently. Develop a health plan. See, you can't feel well and do well if you don't have good health. You can't perform if you don't have your health. Your health is valuable. Develop a health plan. A plan that you will follow, because this is the only vehicle that you have to carry you through this experience called life. And you want to take good care of it because you love you enough. You care enough about you. And that's not easy. It is not easy having a health plan and sticking to it. What are the things that you fear that's been keeping you from living your dream? That's been keeping you from doing some things that you would like to do? Just think about those things. And how do we begin to handle that? Abraham Maslow said that the life is about growth. And he said, you can either go back to your comfort zone, and there you won't find any growth, or you must be willing to go forward and face your fears again and again and again. Because you're never going to have a fear-free existence. I mean, some fear is acceptable and legitimate. There are some things that you really should be afraid of. Now, you shouldn't allow it to immobilize you. You acknowledge it, you take it into account, and you carry yourself accordingly. There are times that we should proceed with caution. But it's the difference between being stopped by fear. It's the difference between having a fear and the fear having you. So what do? One, acknowledge it. And knowing that it's okay. Don't condemn yourself for being afraid. It's perfectly fine to have some fears. You acknowledge your fears, you embrace those fears, and then you move on. You act on whatever it is that you fear. Because once you embrace it, see, what you resist will persist. What you resist will persist. So one of the most important things is to begin to embrace your fear. And I used to have a tremendous inferiority complex about speaking before people that I felt who had more going for them than I did. Because I'm not college trained, I used to feel that college people were the most intelligent people on the planet. And there was nothing I had to say for them. And what will they listen to me for? That's the way I felt. And so I had to visualize myself speaking before them, speaking before various audiences that had more going for them than I did, and realize and appreciate my own value, and that I was a worthwhile person, even though I didn't have all going for me. I didn't have the money, I didn't have the education that they had. So part of the process is seeing yourself, being worthy, being capable, having what you need to make you a worthwhile person, and that you're more than able, and that you deserve to be listened to, or you deserve to have that dream and that passion and whatever it is that you see and envision there. You've got to see it in your mind's eye and know that you've got what it takes. Fears am I holding on to? What fears that I'm allowing to imprison me, that's keeping me from breaking out, that's keeping me from living up to my true potential, that's keeping me from really being happy, that's keeping me from having a sense of adventure and excitement in my life? What's keeping me from controlling my destiny? What fears that I'm giving that permission to? Notice what I said, that we must give our permission to fear to immobilize us. Because whatever discomfort you experience, whatever challenges or difficulty that it is, you got to handle it. You've got to go up in there and wrestle with it. Will it be easy? No. Will it be challenging? Yes. A friend of mine who's going into recovery, he's been addicted to crack cocaine for years and alcohol. He's talking about how challenging it was and why he was dreading going into cold turkey. I said, what do you want me to tell you? That it's going to be a picnic? No, it's not. It's going to kick your butt? Yes, it is. Are you going to want to die? Yes, that's a part of it. But that's just what you must go through in order to get where you want to go. And guess what? You are strong enough to do it. You're strong enough, and your life is worth whatever you have to go through to get past this addiction. Whatever you have to do. This dream you got, whatever you want to do, will it be easy to just run out there and do it? No. Will it happen overnight? No. Will it be a struggle? Yes. Will there be times when you can't make ends meet? Yes, that's a part of it. Will there be times you won't know what to do? Yes, that's a part of it. Next thing is that you want to monitor your inner conversations. The things that you say to yourself. You want to watch them, and in watching them, you want to take charge. A friend of mine told me this evening, and she did it excellently. She said, I didn't want to come tonight. I was feeling so depressed. And I said, I'm going anyhow. See, that was the conversation. Oh, you really don't feel like it. You really don't need to do it. You don't really need to read anything. Forget all that. That's that inner conversation. Oh, you don't need to worry about trying to go into your own business. Forget that. You can't do that. What if you lose everything you've got? That inner conversation that stops you from doing the things you want to do less, don't do that. How can you possibly think about being a motivational speaker? You don't have the contacts. You don't have the money. You don't know the right people. You're going to get up there and your mind's going to go blank. Forget all that. You remember that time you got up before some people and you panicked? You stood up and your mind sat down? Don't you remember? And I said, yes. And then I said, shut up. So you got to learn to stand up to yourself inside yourself and short circuit, override that conversation that's always going on. 85% of what that conversation will tell you is negative. It's negative. It will tell you you're tired when you really are not tired. It will tell you you can't do it. It will fill you with fear. So you've got to watch that conversation. And when you find it going on, you've got to stand up to it and say, I'm going to do this anyhow. I'm afraid, but I'm afraid not to do it. And I'm not going to let you stop me. The biggest challenge that you will have in life is you. There's an old African proverb that says, if there's no enemy within, the enemy outside can do us no harm. The next thing that is a key to self-motivation is that you've got to ask yourself, what do I want out of life? What do you want out of life? What do you want out of a job? What do you want out of a career? What do you want out of a relationship? What do you want? What gives you your life? How will you know when you got it? What will make you happy? You need to know. You need to start asking yourself some questions. What do I really, really, truly want? And you need to be exact about that. Don't be vague. Oh, I just want to be happy. That's too vague. What will make you happy? How will you know when you got it? Zero in on it. Be exact. Be specific. And as you do that, that will stimulate that superconscious mind or the reticular activating system of your mind that will begin to find those things, to identify with it. And once you begin to determine that which you want, take the time to write it down. Don't just think about it. Write it down. That is a subjective process that engages the subconscious mind. Write it down. Once you write it down, read it 3 times a day. Morning, noon, and night. Why is that important? Because what it will do, it will cause you to focus. It will cause you to concentrate. When that other conversation is going on telling you what you cannot do, telling you all of the impossibilities and all of the obstacles, your concentrating will begin to create a larger vision within yourself, and you'll start looking for and seeing some new opportunities. You start creating some openings for yourself. As you begin to read that every day, day in and day out, that will make you focus. That will discipline your thinking. And you'll get all kind of creative ideas. As I talk to you right now, being involved in this immersion process, you're going to create some openings for yourself. You're going to get some ideas. You're going to feel your adrenaline flowing, and you're going to think about something, some idea you had. You say, I want to go back and I'm going to look at that again from a different vantage point, not from the level of the problem of the obstacles that I encountered, but from a higher vantage point. Because what you will begin to see and to know as I talk to the higher consciousness within you, that you are powerful, that you are a miracle worker. And that inner conversation has conditioned you to believe that you are not. And as you begin to discover the truth of who you are, whatever challenge that you're facing in life, and if you're living, you're facing some challenge, you'll begin to know that you're powerful and that you're a miracle maker. So as you begin to write down exactly what it is that you want, read it every day. The next thing is, see yourself there. How will you feel once you get there? What will the experience be like for you? What will be different? What kind of person do you have to become in order to get there? Visualize yourself there, living the experience. I remember when I ran for state representative in Columbus, Ohio. And I had a lot of people telling me, and you got to watch not only the conversation within, but the conversation without. Telling me, Les, you can't possibly win. You can't do that. And I went down to the legislature, and I saw myself. I knew what I wanted. I saw myself in the chair. I pointed out the chair that I wanted. I used to go and sit up in the galleries and watch the legislative process. I used to go to the committee meetings and listen to legislation being introduced. I learned how to write legislation, how to amend legislation. I started thinking like a legislator, got up every day dressing, thinking like that, selling myself on it, seeing myself in the legislature. Mr. Speaker, I'm the gentleman from the 29th House District. I'd like to introduce a bill. I went in the legislature, walked around. I had the experience of it. And when I ran and won against overwhelming odds, they were shocked. I won the election even before it was held because I was living it in my mind. You want to see yourself beyond your circumstances. You got a challenge, see yourself beyond your challenge. See yourself with the challenge already resolved.
Did you know gift cards are #1? With BPA, you get no monthly fees, no swipe fees, no transaction fees. Plus, you control the unused balance. You get unrivaled POS all in one place. Plus, saving you hundreds. Call us or drop us a line to get your piece of the pie.
Close your eyes for a moment and let this sink into the deepest part of your soul. You did not click on this video by accident. Something in your spirit has been crying out for...
Let me ask you something. How many times have you let someone else's words ruin your entire day? How often have you allowed another person's negativity to drain your happiness? How many nights have you gone to bed frustrated, replaying the same situation in your mind, wishing you had responded differently, wishing they had treated you better? Let me tell you this. Your peace belongs to you. Your happiness is yours to protect. And no one, absolutely no one, has the right to take that away from you. But here's the reality. People will test you. They will disrespect you. They will push your buttons. That's just life. You can't control what they do, but you can control what you allow to bother you. So today, I'm going to show you how to walk through life untouchable. How to move with such confidence, such peace, that no one, no matter what they do, can shake you. Most people go through life believing emotions just happen to them, like the weather, unpredictable, uncontrollable, inevitable. But here's the truth. Emotions aren't random storms that hit you out of nowhere. They are reactions, and reactions can be controlled. Think about it. Two people can experience the same situation and respond in completely different ways. Someone cuts you off in traffic. One person explodes with road rage, while another keeps driving, unfazed. The difference isn't in the situation, it's in the person. And that difference is self-control. The moment you realize you have power over how you feel, you take back control in a way most people never do. You stop being a puppet to circumstances, and you start becoming the master of your own mind. When someone disrespects you, your first instinct might be to snap back, to put them in their place, to show them they can't talk to you that way. But stop for a second. What do you gain from that reaction? What do you truly win? In most cases, responding emotionally only gives them exactly what they wanted. Your attention, your energy, your peace. The person who upset you walks away knowing they had the power to control your mood. They got under your skin, and now you're the one carrying around that frustration while they move on with their day. Is that really the kind of power you want to hand over to someone else? Because every time you react in anger, that's exactly what you're doing. You're putting your emotions in someone else's hands. And that's not power. That's not strength. That's weakness disguised as control. Real power is restraint. True strength is knowing that just because someone tries to provoke you, doesn't mean you have to take the bait. Imagine someone standing in front of you, trying to get a reaction. They're throwing insults, questioning you, doing everything they can to push your buttons, waiting for you to break. Now imagine looking them in the eye and staying calm. Imagine smiling, nodding, and walking away. Do you realize how powerful that is? Do you know how frustrating it is for someone who thrives on drama to see you refuse to engage? It's like a fire with no fuel. It burns out instantly. That's what self-control looks like. That's what true power feels like. It's not about ignoring your emotions or pretending nothing bothers you. It's about understanding that you are always in control of how you respond. There's a saying, he who angers you controls you. If someone can make you mad just by saying a few words, by doing something you don't like, then who really holds the power? It's not you. It's them. They dictate your mood. They control your peace. And the worst part, they probably don't even care. They go home. They sleep peacefully. Meanwhile, you sit there replaying the moment over and over, fueling your frustration, letting it ruin your day, maybe even your entire week. You deserve better than that. You deserve peace. And the only way to protect it is to decide right now that no one will ever have that kind of control over you again. No words, no actions, no disrespect will ever make you lose yourself. This isn't about being passive. It's not about letting people walk all over you. It's about recognizing that your energy is sacred. Imagine you had $1,000 in your pocket, and a stranger walked up demanding $500 just because they felt like it. Would you hand it over? No, you'd protect what's yours. So why should your peace, your happiness, and your mental stability be any different? Every time you let someone pull you into negativity, you're giving away something valuable. You're letting them take a piece of you. And the truth is, most people who try to provoke a reaction aren't worth it. Their opinions don't define you. Their negativity isn't your burden to carry. Their drama? That's their problem, not yours. The people who master their emotions are the ones who win in life. They stay focused while everyone else is distracted. They make smart decisions while others act on impulse. They move through life with a strength that no one, not critics, not haters, not negativity, can ever take away. Think about the greatest leaders, the most successful people. You never see them getting emotional over small things. They don't have time for it. They understand that every second spent on negativity is a second lost on something more important. And if you want to reach your highest potential, you have to start thinking the same way. You have to stop giving emotional discounts to people who haven't earned a place in your mind. Not everything deserves your reaction. Not everything deserves your energy. Protect it like it's the most valuable thing you own, because it is. Here's something to remember. Your emotions don't belong to anyone but you. You decide how you feel. You decide whether something is worth your time. You decide whether you're going to let an external event determine your internal peace. That's real freedom. That's real control. And the best part? It gets easier with practice. The more you train yourself to pause before reacting, to breathe before speaking, to think before getting angry, the more natural it becomes. It's like a muscle. The more you use it, the stronger it gets. And one day, you'll look back and realize that the things that used to bother you, the people who used to get under your skin, the situations that used to steal your joy, they don't have that power anymore because you took it back. If you want to see real change in your life, start here. Start by mastering yourself. Start by refusing to let anyone shake your peace. When you control your emotions, you control your future. You control how you move through the world. And you show others, through your actions, through your presence, that you are not easily shaken. That is what makes you untouchable. That is what makes you powerful. And that is what will set you apart in life. So from this moment forward, make the decision. I control my emotions. I control my energy. And no one, no matter who they are or what they say, will ever take that power away from me again. Most people believe that power is in words, in being the loudest voice in the room, in making sure everyone knows exactly how they feel. But let me tell you something. Real power, true power, is in silence. It's in the ability to hold back when the world expects you to react. It's in knowing that not every battle is worth fighting, not every insult needs a response, and not every fool deserves your attention. Silence is not weakness. Silence is not submission. Silence is the ultimate display of self-control. It shows that you are so secure in yourself, so confident in who you are, that you don't need to explain, defend, or argue. You simply let your actions, your presence, and your results speak for you. There's a reason why the most dangerous people in the world are often the quietest. The ones who don't flinch, who don't react, who don't let emotions dictate their moves. Those are the people you don't want to underestimate. Because when you're silent, you become unpredictable. And unpredictability is power. If people always know how to push your buttons, if they always know exactly how you'll react, then they own you. They can control your emotions like a puppet. But when you embrace silence, when you learn to sit in your stillness, suddenly they don't know what you're thinking. They don't know if you're mad, if you're calm, if you're planning your next move. And that kind of uncertainty, that's where power lives. Think about the last time someone tried to argue with you, tried to drag you into their negativity, tried to get a rise out of you. Now imagine if instead of engaging, instead of getting pulled into their drama, you just looked at them, smiled, and walked away. Do you know how frustrating that is for someone who thrives on conflict? It destroys them. Because people who seek to provoke you, who want to steal your peace, need your reaction. That's their fuel. It's what gives them power. But when you give them nothing, not a word, not an emotion, not a single sign that they've affected you, you strip them of their control. You take their power away, and you keep yours. Silence is the greatest response to nonsense. In a world where everyone is quick to speak, quick to argue, quick to prove a point, the person who can stay quiet holds all the power. Because words lose meaning when they're thrown around carelessly. Everyone is talking, but few are listening. Everyone is arguing, but few are actually winning. When you choose silence over senseless debate, you elevate yourself. You show that your energy is too valuable to be wasted on conversations that don't lead anywhere. You show that you operate on a different level, one of control, one of wisdom, one of restraint. And that is what sets you apart from the crowd. There is a time to speak, but there is also a time to withhold. Not every thought needs to be spoken. Not every reaction needs to be voiced. Some of the most powerful moves in history have been made in silence. A look, a pause, a refusal to engage. The world has been shaped not just by those who spoke, but by those who knew when not to speak. Sometimes the smartest response is silence. Silence forces people to reflect, to wonder, and to sit with their own words instead of feeding off yours. Those who constantly speak, who never pause to think, who always have something to say, they are the easiest to manipulate. Their emotions control them. Their need to be heard makes them predictable. But the one who stays quiet, who doesn't react, that person is dangerous in the best way. They are unreadable. They hold the upper hand in every situation. While others are busy talking, they are observing. While others are arguing, they are strategizing. While others are caught up in the moment, they are already 5 steps ahead. And that is what makes them powerful. Silence is discipline. It takes strength to hold your tongue when you know you could win an argument. It takes self-control to walk away when someone is trying to provoke you. But every time you choose silence over reaction, you prove to yourself that you are in control. You are not ruled by impulse. You are not owned by your emotions. You move on your own terms. And let me tell you, there is no greater advantage in life than that. Because when you control yourself, nothing and no one can control you. That is a level of freedom most people never reach. But if you learn to master silence, you will have it. The most powerful people in the world don't announce every thought, every plan, every emotion. They move quietly. They let people wonder. They let their success, their actions, and their results do the talking. And that's exactly what you need to do. Stop explaining yourself to people who don't matter. Stop arguing with those who refuse to understand. Stop wasting energy on people who don't deserve your time. Let your silence speak for you. Let your discipline make the statement. Let your presence alone be enough. So the next time someone disrespects you, the next time someone tries to bait you into anger, the next time someone expects a reaction, be still. Just smile. Just walk away. Because in that moment, you've already won. And when you make silence your strength, nothing and no one can shake you. People will come at you with negativity. They will throw their opinions, their criticisms, their insecurities, and their frustrations your way. Some will do it intentionally, trying to bring you down. Others will do it unknowingly, projecting their pain onto you because they haven't dealt with it themselves. But no matter the source, you have a choice. Will you absorb it? Let it sink into your mind? Allow it to shape how you feel about yourself? Or will you recognize it for what it is and let it pass through you like the wind? The difference between those who remain unshaken and those who crumble under pressure is simple. They don't take things personally. They understand the source, but refuse to absorb the negativity. When someone insults you, criticizes you, or tries to bring you down, the instinct is to react, to defend yourself, to fire back, to feel hurt. But take a step back and ask yourself, where is this coming from? 9 times out of 10, it's not even about you. It's about them. Their struggles, their frustrations, their insecurities. People who are truly at peace, who are genuinely happy, don't go around attacking others. They don't need to. Only hurt people try to hurt people. Only insecure people try to make others feel small. When you understand that, you stop letting their words carry weight. You stop holding on to emotions that were never yours to begin with. Imagine someone walks up to you and hands you a bag of garbage. You have 2 choices. You can take it, hold on to it, carry it with you all day, letting the smell and weight ruin your mood. Or you can look at it, recognize it for what it is, and refuse to accept it. That's exactly how negativity works. When someone dumps their bitterness, their anger, their pain onto you, you don't have to take it. You don't have to carry it. You can acknowledge it, see it for what it is, but you don't have to let it become a part of you. You don't have to absorb it. That is a choice only you can make. One of the most valuable skills you can develop is emotional detachment, not from people, but from their negativity. It doesn't mean you don't care. It doesn't mean you are cold or unfeeling. It means you refuse to be a sponge for other people's toxic energy. You refuse to let their mood dictate yours. Because if you let every rude comment, every disagreement, every negative interaction affect you, you will never have peace. You will always be at the mercy of someone else's emotions. And that is not a way to live. That is giving away your power. And your power is far too valuable to hand over so easily. When someone criticizes you, don't let yourself react instantly with hurt or anger. Pause and analyze. Does this come from truth, or is it rooted in their own problems? Is it constructive, or just an attempt to tear you down? If there's value in it, take the lesson and discard the rest. But if it's pure negativity, why give it space in your mind? Why allow their perception of you to shape how you see yourself? Not everyone who speaks to you deserves a response, and not every opinion about you deserves your attention. Some things should be ignored. Some things should be brushed off. Think of a mountain. Storms may come, winds may howl, rain may pour, but the mountain doesn't move. It doesn't tremble. It stands firm. Be that mountain. Let whatever chaos people bring into your life pass right by. Let their bitterness, their bad moods, their negativity flow around you like water. Because in the end, you are not responsible for their emotions. You are not responsible for their struggles. You can acknowledge where they come from without making them your own, and that awareness is what sets you free. The ones who live in constant stress, frustration, and anxiety are the ones who absorb everything. They take on the weight of other people's words. They allow negativity to seep into their soul. They carry burdens that were never meant for them, and over time it drains them, weakens them. But those who understand without absorbing move through life with ease. They don't hold on to unnecessary baggage. They don't dwell on petty arguments, grudges, or pointless drama. They choose peace every time, and that makes them unstoppable. This doesn't mean you ignore everything or become numb. It means you become selective. You learn to see what deserves your energy and what doesn't. Some criticism, some lessons, some feedback will help you grow. But anything rooted in jealousy, insecurity, or bitterness is not yours to carry. Let it pass. Let it go. Let it slide off you like rain off a rooftop. Because the second you stop letting negativity in, the second you stop making other people's problems your reality, you become untouchable. You become free. So the next time someone tries to pull you down, don't react. Just observe. Recognize their pain, their frustration, their insecurity, but don't let it become yours. Their negativity belongs to them, not to you. You are here to rise, to grow, to protect your energy at all costs. Because once you master that, nothing and no one can ever shake you again. Your peace is your power. It is the foundation of your clarity, your focus, your strength. Without it, you are vulnerable, easily rattled, easily distracted, easily controlled. But when you guard your peace like the most valuable thing you own, nothing can break you. No person, no situation, no negativity can disrupt the strength you've built inside. Because peace is not something handed to you. It is something you create, something you protect. And if you don't fight for it, the world will take it from you. Every single day, people will test you. They will try to pull you into their stress, their chaos, their drama. They will attempt to drag you into arguments that don't matter, conflicts that drain your energy. But you always have a choice: to engage or to walk away, to absorb or to release, to fight meaningless battles or to rise above them. The choice is yours. It's not personal. It's just how some people are. Someone who is constantly stressed, constantly negative, constantly seeking conflict cannot stand to see someone who is calm, centered, and in control. It unsettles them. It makes them uncomfortable. Your peace is a reminder of what they don't have. And instead of fixing their mindset, they will try to shake yours. They will throw negativity your way, hoping you'll react. They will test your patience, hoping you'll break. But the second you take the bait, the second you let them drag you into their energy, they win. They take a piece of your peace. And if you let enough people do that, eventually, you have nothing left. This is why you must guard your peace like it's sacred. Treat it as something priceless, something that isn't for sale, something that not just anyone can touch. Not everyone deserves access to your energy. Not every conversation deserves your attention. Not every battle is worth your response. Because the more you engage with negativity, the more it becomes a part of your world. The more you allow yourself to be sucked into other people's drama, the more drained and unfocused you become. And for what? To prove a point? To defend yourself to someone who doesn't even matter? To win a fight that gains you nothing? That's not power. That's wasted energy. Real power is knowing when to let go. Real strength is understanding that not everything deserves a reaction. Imagine you are a king or queen sitting on a throne outside the castle walls. People are yelling, fighting, and arguing, trying to get your attention. Some call your name, demanding that you come down and engage. Others throw insults, hoping to provoke you. You could leave your throne, step outside, and argue with them. But by doing so, you lower yourself to their level. You abandon your position of power. Or you could stay seated, unmoved and unshaken, refusing to engage. Because at the end of the day, a ruler does not argue with peasants. A king does not explain himself to every voice in the crowd. A queen does not let the noise outside her castle dictate her peace inside. That is how you must treat your life. You do not lower yourself to meet negativity. You rise above it. You stay seated on your throne. Protecting your peace means learning to say no. No to unnecessary drama. No to toxic conversations. No to people who drain you instead of elevating you. It means being selective with your time, your energy, and your attention. Not everyone deserves space in your mind. Not every issue is worth a place in your heart. You must become intentional about what you allow into your life, because everything you entertain either adds to your peace or takes away from it. If something is not serving you, if it is not helping you grow, then it has no place in your world. Let it go. Distance yourself. Move in silence. Protect what is yours. Understand this. People will talk. They will misunderstand you, criticize you, and create their own version of you in their minds. And you know what? Let them. Their perception of you is not your responsibility. Their opinion does not define your reality. The moment you start living for other people's approval is the moment you lose yourself. Peace cannot exist where the need for validation controls you. You must choose. Peace or approval, clarity or chaos, power or pettiness. The choice is always yours. The day you decide to stop explaining yourself, stop proving yourself, and stop wasting energy on things that don't matter, is the day you become untouchable. That is the day you become free. This is not about being passive. It is not about avoiding all conflict or pretending problems don't exist. It is about being intentional. It is about choosing your battles wisely. Not every fight is worth your time. Not every situation requires your presence. Some things are better left alone. Some problems resolve themselves without your involvement. And some things, no matter how much you argue, will never change. That is wisdom. Knowing the difference between what deserves your energy and what does not. That is peace. Choosing to focus on what truly matters and letting go of the rest. The greatest threat to your peace is attachment. To people, to opinions, to situations that no longer serve you. The more attached you are, the more control they have over you. The key to protecting your peace is detachment. Not from love, not from passion, not from purpose, but from unnecessary stress, from unworthy battles, from pointless negativity. You must be willing to walk away from anything that disrupts your spirit, no matter how familiar or tempting it is to engage. The more you detach from what does not serve you, the lighter you become. And the lighter you become, the freer you are to focus on what truly matters. Your growth, your purpose, your happiness. So protect your peace. Guard it like your life depends on it, because in many ways it does. Your peace is your foundation. It is your anchor. It allows you to move through life with clarity, confidence, and control. And once you master the art of protecting it, once you learn to let go of what doesn't serve you, you will step into a level of power that most people never reach. Because a person who is at peace, a person who is unmoved by negativity, a person who refuses to be shaken by the chaos around them, that person is unstoppable. Distractions are everywhere. Every single day, the world will throw something at you. Something to pull you away from your goals. Something to make you doubt yourself. Something to test your discipline. It could be negativity from others. It could be self-doubt creeping into your mind. It could be the lure of comfort and procrastination. But if you let those distractions win, if you allow yourself to be pulled away from your purpose, you will wake up one day and realize you wasted time you will never get back. And let me tell you something. Time is the one thing you can't afford to waste. Once it's gone, it's gone. That is why staying focused on your purpose is not just an option, it is a necessity. Most people don't fail because they aren't talented or capable. They fail because they lose focus. They start out strong, full of ambition and drive, but along the way they let outside voices distract them. They let temporary setbacks discourage them. They let fear convince them that maybe they aren't good enough. Maybe they should quit. Maybe they should take the easy route instead. And before they know it, their dreams have become just that. Dreams. Ideas they once had. Goals they once set. But nothing they ever accomplished. Why? Because they allowed distraction to steal their destiny. But that doesn't have to be your story. You don't have to live with regret. You don't have to look back one day and wish you had stayed the course. You can choose right now to lock in, to block out the noise, and to commit fully to the purpose that was placed in you. Your purpose is not for everyone to understand. Not everyone will support you. Not everyone will see your vision. And that's okay, because your purpose wasn't given to them. It was given to you. The problem is, too many people spend more time trying to explain their dreams to others than actually working on them. They waste energy trying to convince people who will never understand, instead of focusing on proving themselves through action. Success is the only explanation you need. When you succeed, when you win, when you make it, that is your answer. That is your proof. So stop seeking validation. Stop looking for approval. Stop waiting for the world to clap for you. Stay focused on your purpose and let your results do the talking. Discipline is the foundation of focus. Motivation will come and go. Some days you will feel unstoppable. Other days you will feel exhausted, unmotivated, even defeated. But the difference between those who succeed and those who don't is simple. The ones who succeed show up anyway. They work when they don't feel like it. They push through when things get hard. They remind themselves why they started and refuse to let temporary emotions dictate their long-term destiny. You can't rely on motivation. You can't wait to feel like doing it. You have to build the discipline to stay committed no matter how you feel. Because feelings are temporary, but your purpose, that is forever. There will be obstacles. There will be failures. There will be moments when you question everything. That's part of the journey. Every person who has ever achieved greatness has faced setbacks. Every successful person has failed. But the difference is, they didn't let failure define them. They didn't let obstacles stop them. They used every setback as a setup for a comeback. And that's what you must do. When things don't go as planned, don't panic, don't quit. Don't start doubting yourself. Instead, adjust, learn from it, grow from it. But never, ever lose focus. Because the only real failure is quitting. And as long as you keep going, as long as you keep moving forward, you are still in the game. People will try to pull you off track. Some will do it intentionally. They don't want to see you succeed because your success reminds them of their own inaction. Others will do it without even realizing it, distracting you with meaningless drama, with things that don't matter, with opinions that add nothing to your progress. And then there's the biggest distraction of all, yourself. Your own mind will try to play tricks on you. Fear, doubt, insecurity. They will all try to make you believe you aren't ready, you aren't capable, you should wait, you should slow down. But that's a lie. You are more than ready. You are more than capable. And you don't have time to slow down. You don't have time to entertain distractions. Because while you're hesitating, someone else is out there working. Someone else is putting in the hours. Someone else is getting ahead. Stay focused. Stay hungry. Stay locked in. Stop chasing everything and start mastering one thing. Too many people spread themselves thin, trying to do too much at once, trying to please too many people, trying to chase too many opportunities. But real success comes from focus, mastering your craft, dedicating yourself fully to what truly matters. The ones who win aren't the ones who try to do everything. They are the ones who go all in on the right thing. And the ones who go all in on the right thing, they don't let distractions pull them in 100 directions. They pick a path. They commit. They dominate. That's the mindset you need. Don't be everywhere. Be locked in. Be obsessed. Be relentless. Your purpose is your responsibility. No one is going to do it for you. No one is going to wake you up in the morning and force you to work on your dreams. No one is going to hand you success. If you want it, you have to go get it. You have to put in the work when no one is watching. You have to stay committed, even when no one is clapping for you. Because in the end, it's your life, your future, your destiny. And what you do with it is entirely up to you. So ask yourself, how bad do you want it? Are you willing to make the sacrifices? Are you willing to block out distractions? Are you willing to stay focused no matter what? Because if you are, nothing can stop you. There is greatness inside you. There is a purpose that was placed in you for a reason. But it will only be realized if you stay focused. If you refuse to let the world shake you. If you refuse to let distractions pull you away. If you refuse to settle for anything less than what you were meant to be. So, lock in, get serious, get disciplined, and don't stop until you reach the level of success you were born for. Because the only way you lose is if you quit. Holding on to pain, anger, or resentment is like carrying a heavy weight on your back while trying to move forward. You can't run at full speed. You can't climb to new heights. You can't reach your full potential because that weight is slowing you down, draining you, keeping you stuck in a past that no longer serves you. But the moment you let go, the moment you release what's been weighing you down, that's when you become free. That's when you finally step into your true power. Because letting go isn't about weakness. It's about strength. It's about choosing your peace over your pride. It's about refusing to let pain from yesterday steal the joy from today. Too many people hold on to things that no longer serve them. A grudge, a past mistake, a toxic relationship. a failure that keeps replaying in their minds, and they wonder why they feel drained, why they can't move forward, why they're stuck in the same cycle of frustration. But the truth is, they aren't stuck because of life. They're stuck because of attachment. Attachment to what went wrong, attachment to who hurt them, attachment to an outcome they thought they deserved. And as long as they hold on, they will never be truly free, because you can't receive new blessings with clenched fists. You can't grab hold of your future if you're still gripping onto your past. You have to understand life moves forward. It doesn't stop for you to dwell on what happened. It doesn't pause for you to overthink and relive the pain. Time keeps going with or without you. And the longer you hold on to things that should have been left behind, the more you rob yourself of now. The more you cheat yourself out of the present. And the sad part is, some people will spend their entire lives trapped in memories of what could have been instead of embracing what is. But that doesn't have to be you. You don't have to be a prisoner of your past. You don't have to carry that weight any longer. You can choose to let go. Letting go doesn't mean you forget. It doesn't mean what happened didn't matter. It means you refuse to let it control you anymore. It means you acknowledge the pain, the disappointment, the betrayal, but you release it instead of holding on to it. Because when you hold on to negativity, it owns you. It affects your mood, your energy, your relationships, your peace of mind. But when you let it go, when you finally say, I refuse to carry this any longer, that's when you take your power back. That's when you regain control of your own life. Sometimes the hardest thing to let go of is people. People you loved, people you trusted, people who were once a part of your life but no longer align with where you're going. And it hurts. It hurts to walk away. It hurts to accept that some relationships were only meant for a season. But keeping someone in your life out of attachment instead of alignment only leads to suffering. Not everyone is meant to go with you on your journey. Some people were lessons, not lifelong companions. Some people were meant to teach you, not walk with you forever. And the sooner you accept that, the sooner you free yourself from toxic cycles that are only holding you back. Letting go is an act of faith. Faith that what's ahead is better than what's behind. Faith that if something or someone left your life, it was for a reason. Faith that even when things don't go the way you expected, they are still unfolding exactly as they should. But you can't step into your future while clinging to the past. You can't see new doors opening if you're too busy staring at the ones that closed. You have to trust the process. Trust that every loss, every ending, every closed chapter is leading you to something greater. Because when you truly believe that, letting go stops feeling like losing and starts feeling like winning. A lot of people think letting go is something that just happens, but it's not. It's a decision, a daily intentional decision to release what doesn't serve you, to stop replaying old conversations in your head, to stop reopening wounds that need to heal, to stop giving energy to things that drain you. It's an active choice to say, I deserve peace. I deserve happiness. I deserve to move forward. And every day, you have to reinforce that decision. Every time you feel bitterness creeping in, remind yourself, I'm choosing peace instead. Every time you feel tempted to hold on to anger, remind yourself, I'm releasing this for my own good. Because letting go isn't a one-time thing. It's a lifestyle, a mindset, a habit of refusing to let anything, past or present, steal your joy. Some of you are waiting for closure before you let go. But let me tell you something. You don't need an apology to heal. You don't need validation to move on. You don't need someone to admit they were wrong for you to free yourself. Closure is not something someone else gives you. It's something you create for yourself, because if you wait for others to give you permission to move on, you might be waiting forever. Meanwhile, they're out there living their lives unbothered, while you're still carrying the weight of what they did. Stop waiting for an apology that may never come. Stop holding your peace hostage to someone else's actions. Choose to let go. Choose to move on. Choose to be free. At the end of the day, holding on to pain doesn't hurt them. It hurts you. It keeps you stuck. It poisons your happiness. And for what? To prove a point? To hold on to pride? To keep reliving something that no longer serves you? Letting go isn't about them. It's about you. It's about deciding that your peace is more important than your past, that your future is more valuable than your resentment, that your energy is too precious to waste on anything that doesn't elevate you. So release the weight, drop the baggage, free yourself, because the moment you truly let go, that's the moment you truly begin to live. There will come a time when you are tested. Someone will disrespect you, someone will betray your trust, someone will try to bring you down, humiliate you, or make you feel small. In that moment, you will have a choice. You can react with anger, with bitterness, with revenge, or you can rise above it. You can choose to be the bigger person. And let me tell you, being the bigger person is not about letting people walk all over you. It's not about being weak. It's not about allowing disrespect. It's about strength. It's about self-restraint. It's about knowing that no matter what someone else does, you refuse to let them dictate your character, because real power comes from restraint. It takes nothing to react. It takes nothing to lash out. It takes nothing to match someone's negativity with more negativity. That's easy. But what's hard, what requires real discipline, real wisdom, real strength, is walking away, letting go, choosing peace over pettiness. Because the moment you stoop to someone else's level, they win. The moment they pull you into their chaos, they have control over you. And you can't afford to let someone else's bitterness, immaturity, or drama pull you out of character. Protect your energy, protect your dignity, protect your peace, no matter how much they try to drag you down. Don't give them that power. Being the bigger person means understanding that not every battle is worth fighting. Some people aren't looking for a solution. They're looking for a reaction. They want to see you angry. They want to see you lose your temper. They want to see you step out of character. Because the moment you do, they feel justified. They feel powerful. They feel like they got under your skin. But when you refuse to engage, when you stay calm, composed, and unshaken, that is when you win. That is when you show them that their negativity has no effect on you, that their words, their insults, their actions mean nothing because you are too focused, too disciplined, too elevated to entertain foolishness. It's not about proving a point. It's about protecting your spirit. Some of you are carrying grudges, holding on to anger, replaying moments in your mind, wasting energy on people who don't even deserve a second thought. And for what? What does it give you? Peace? No. Happiness? No. It gives you stress. It gives you anxiety. It gives you sleepless nights, wasted emotions, and a weight on your heart that only holds you back. Let it go, not for them, but for you. Because when you hold on to negativity, you are drinking poison expecting them to suffer. But they're not suffering. You are. The only way to free yourself is to rise above it. Some people will never change. Some people will never admit they were wrong. Some people will never apologize. And if you're waiting for an apology to find peace, you might be waiting forever. You have to learn to move forward without closure. You have to learn to be okay without validation. Because being the bigger person means choosing peace even when you were right. It means choosing growth even when they don't deserve your forgiveness. It means understanding that your future is more important than their drama. Some people are still bitter over things that happened years ago, still angry, still resentful. And what has it done for them? Nothing. Because holding on to the past does not heal you. Letting go does. Being the bigger person means responding with grace. It doesn't mean you let people take advantage of you. It doesn't mean you allow disrespect. It means you know you're worth enough to walk away. It means you know your value enough to remove yourself from negative situations, from toxic arguments, from battles that aren't worth fighting. It means you choose wisdom over ego, strength over pride, growth over grudges. Because every second you waste on negativity is a second you could have been using to build, to grow, to elevate. Every moment you spend being angry is a moment you could have spent being happy. Life is too short to waste energy on people who don't deserve a response. Some of you are dealing with people who want to see you fail. People who get joy out of making you mad. People who would rather see you miserable than see you win. And the best revenge? Success. Not arguing, not proving yourself, not clapping back, not matching their negativity. Just winning, just thriving, just showing them that no matter what they throw your way, you are still moving forward. You are still shining. You are still elevating. Because when you stay focused on your purpose, nothing can bring you down. At the end of the day, you can't control how people treat you. You can't control what they say. You can't control what they do. But you can control how you respond. And your response, that's your power. That's your strength. That's what separates those who stay stuck from those who rise. So don't let small people pull you into small battles. Don't let petty situations take you away from your goals. Stay above it. Stay disciplined. Stay focused. Be the bigger person. Not for them, but for you. Because the moment you let go of negativity, the moment you refuse to engage in drama, the moment you choose peace over pride, that's the moment you truly win. Your environment shapes you more than you realize. The people you talk to, the conversations you entertain, the energy you allow into your space, it all affects you. You might think you're strong enough to handle negativity, but over time, it seeps in. It drains you. It shifts your mindset. That's why you must be intentional about surrounding yourself with positivity. You have to protect your space like your life depends on it, because in many ways, it does. The wrong people, the wrong energy, the wrong influences can destroy your peace, your confidence, your dreams. But the right people, the right energy, that can elevate you, that can push you forward, that can remind you of who you really are when you start to forget. Look around you. Who do you spend the most time with? What kind of energy do they bring? Do they uplift you, inspire you, challenge you to be better? Or do they complain, gossip, bring drama, and pull you into negativity? Because the truth is, you become what you surround yourself with. If you're around people who are always doubting, always fearful, always making excuses, you will start thinking the same way. But if you're around people who are driven, who are focused, who are constantly learning and growing, you will rise with them. That's why you can't afford to keep people in your life just because of history. Just because you've known someone for years doesn't mean they belong in your future. Some people are comfortable in negativity, they thrive in complaining, they live in excuses, and if you let them, they will pull you into their storm. They will make you think small. They will make you second guess yourself. And before you know it, you'll find yourself settling for a life far below what you're capable of. But when you surround yourself with positivity, when you keep people around you who believe in growth, in possibility, in greatness, you start to see the world differently. You start to believe in more. You start to dream bigger. You start to realize that your potential has no limits except the ones you accept. Positivity is not just about the people in your life. It's about everything you consume. The books you read, the shows you watch, the social media you scroll through. Every single thing you allow into your mind is either helping you or hurting you. Be mindful of it. Are you constantly feeding yourself negativity? Are you surrounding yourself with drama, fear, and doubt? Or are you consuming things that inspire, educate, and elevate you? Because if you want to change your life, you have to change what you allow into your mind. You have to fill yourself with things that remind you of your power, of your strength, of your limitless potential. There are people in this world who will make you feel like your dreams are too big, who will tell you to be realistic, who will try to plant doubt in your mind. And if you listen to them, if you let their words get inside your head, you will start to shrink yourself. You will start to question what you're capable of. You will start to believe their fears instead of your vision. But let me tell you something. People who doubt your dreams are only projecting their own insecurities. Their limits are not your limits. Their fear is not your reality. So don't entertain negativity. Don't argue with doubters. Don't waste your time trying to convince small-minded people of big possibilities. Just move. Just build. Just win. Surrounding yourself with positivity doesn't mean life will always be easy. It doesn't mean you won't have challenges, setbacks, or moments of doubt. But it means you have the right energy around you to keep going. It means that even on your worst days, you have people who will remind you of your strength, who will push you forward instead of letting you fall into excuses, who will challenge you to rise higher instead of pulling you down. That kind of environment, that kind of energy is priceless. That is the difference between staying stuck and leveling up. You have to be intentional about this. If someone constantly brings negativity into your life, distance yourself. If your social media is full of toxicity, unfollow. If your habits are keeping you in a cycle of stress and exhaustion, change them. Your peace, your growth, your success, it all depends on the energy you allow into your life, and you don't owe anyone an explanation for protecting your space. If they don't add value, if they don't inspire growth, if they drain your energy more than they uplift it, it's okay to let them go. Your future is too important to be weighed down by unnecessary negativity. You deserve to be surrounded by people who see the best in you, who encourage you to chase your dreams, who speak life into your ambitions, who remind you of your greatness when you start to doubt it. And if you don't have those people in your life right now, start seeking them out. Start putting yourself in places where growth happens. Read books that expand your mind. Listen to speakers who inspire action. Follow people who are living the kind of life you aspire to. Because when you surround yourself with positivity, you are constantly reminded that you are capable, you are worthy, you are unstoppable. At the end of the day, your energy is one of your most valuable assets, and the world is full of people who will try to drain it, who will try to fill your mind with fear, who will try to dim your light. But you don't have to let them. You have the power to choose. You have the power to build an environment that fuels your growth instead of stunting it. You have the power to surround yourself with positivity, so that no matter what life throws at you, you keep rising, you keep building, you keep winning. Your mind is the most powerful tool you have, but like any tool, it must be sharpened, strengthened, and conditioned daily. You don't build a strong body by going to the gym once in a while. You build it through consistent effort, through daily training. Your mind is no different. If you don't train it, if you don't push it, if you don't control what you feed it, it will become weak, undisciplined, and easily influenced by negativity. But when you train your mind daily, when you make it a priority to strengthen your thoughts, your focus, your resilience, that's when you unlock your true power. That's when you become unshakable. That's when no setback, no failure, no outside noise can break you, because you have built a mind that is stronger than anything life throws your way. Every single day, you are training your mind, whether you realize it or not. The question is, what are you training it for? Are you training it for discipline or for distraction, for growth or for excuses, for strength or for weakness? Because every choice you make, every thought you allow, every habit you build, it's either making you better or making you weaker. When you wake up and immediately check your phone, filling your mind with negativity, gossip, and distractions, you are training your mind to be reactive, not proactive. But when you wake up and start your day with intention, with gratitude, with affirmations, with reading, with movement, you are training your mind to be focused, disciplined, unshakable. Training your mind is not about motivation. Motivation fades. It's about habit. It's about conditioning yourself daily to think differently. It means challenging your thoughts, breaking free from limiting beliefs, refusing to let old patterns of doubt and fear control you. Because if you don't take control of your mind, the world will do it for you, and the world will fill your mind with distractions, with negativity, with reasons why you can't instead of reasons why you can. That's why you must be intentional. You must protect your mind like your future depends on it, because it does. What are you feeding your mind? Because whatever you feed it, it will grow. Feed it doubt, and doubt will grow. Feed it excuses, and excuses will multiply. But feed it belief, feed it knowledge, feed it positivity and possibility. And that's when you start to elevate. That's when you start to think like a winner, act like a leader, move like someone who is unstoppable. And this is not something you do once in a while. It's something you do daily. Because every day your mind is either getting stronger or weaker. Every day you are either programming yourself for success or for failure. Mental training is not just about thinking positively. It's about developing resilience. It's about training your mind to stay focused even when things don't go as planned. The greatest athletes, the greatest leaders, the greatest minds in history didn't get there by accident. They trained daily, conditioning their minds to be relentless, and that is exactly what you must do. At the end of the day, everything starts in the mind. Your success, your growth, your happiness. It all begins with how you think, and you control that. You control what you allow into your mind, you control what you focus on, and you control what thoughts you entertain. So take that power seriously. Train daily, stay disciplined, stay focused. Because when you master your mind, you master your life. Ladies and gentlemen, everything we've talked about today comes down to one thing. You are in control. You are in control of your emotions, your mindset, your focus, and your peace. No one can take that from you unless you allow them to. The world will test you. People will try to shake you, and life will throw challenges your way. But when you train your mind daily, when you surround yourself with positivity, when you learn to let go, when you protect your peace, when you stay focused on your purpose, nothing can break you. Nothing can stop you. Nothing can pull you down. Because you have built yourself to rise above it all. Being the bigger person doesn't mean you let people walk over you. It means you refuse to let their negativity poison your spirit. It means you choose strength over reaction. It means you walk away from battles that aren't worth fighting because you know your energy is too valuable to waste on small things. Your time, your peace. Your life is too important to be consumed by drama, distractions, and negativity. Elevate your thinking, elevate your circle, elevate your mindset. Because when you do, the things that used to bother you will no longer have power over you. The things that used to make you angry will become irrelevant. You will operate on a different frequency, one that is focused, disciplined, and unshakable. Every single day, you have a choice. A choice to let negativity control you, or to rise above it. A choice to let distractions pull you away from your purpose, or to stay locked in. A choice to let people's words and opinions dictate how you feel, or to stand firm in who you are. And when you choose wisely, when you choose peace, strength, focus, and discipline, you set yourself up for greatness. You step into a life where nothing and no one can steal your joy. A life where you move with confidence, with purpose, with power. So, I leave you with this. Protect your peace. Train your mind. Let go of what doesn't serve you and never let anything or anyone pull you out of character. You are in control. You are strong. You are unstoppable. Thank you. Stay blessed. And may you continue to rise higher every single day. God bless you.
Your website is the center of your online business. Help protect it from online threats with website security. A protected site will also help you search ranking. Get peace of mind for your online business today with GoDaddy.
My brothers and sisters, have you ever looked back on your life and realized how much you tolerated? How many times you ignored the warning signs? How often you convinced yourself that what was breaking you was just a part of life? I need you to hear me today. I need you to feel these words deep in your soul. Because too many of us are walking through life blind, not physically, but spiritually. We are tolerating pain, tolerating disrespect, tolerating sin, and calling it normal. But the truth is, the enemy doesn't come into your life with a loud roar. He comes in with whispers. He comes in with distractions. He comes in dressed as comfort, disguised as love, masked as opportunity. And before you know it, you're knee deep in something God never intended for you. Lord, open my eyes. Open my eyes to the things that are pulling me away from you. Open my eyes to the habits I've accepted that are keeping me bound. Open my eyes to the people around me who do not have my best interest at heart. Lord, let me see, because I am tired of making the same mistakes, tired of the same cycles, tired of feeling empty when I know I was created for more. Life has a way of moving so fast that we rarely stop to question what we are allowing into our hearts, minds, and spirits. We wake up each day, go through our routines, and push forward without considering whether the life we are living is the life we are meant to live. But deep inside, there's a voice, a quiet whisper that asks, is this truly what God has for me? That whisper is often drowned out by the noise of our distractions, responsibilities, and the expectations of others. Yet when we take a step back and truly reflect, we begin to see the patterns, the cycles, and the areas where we've compromised. We start to recognize that some of the struggles we face are not just external battles, but are rooted in what we've been tolerating for too long. The moment we slow down and ask God to reveal the truth, we step into the beginning of real transformation. Reflection is not easy because it requires honesty. It forces us to look at ourselves without the filters of excuses and justifications. We often tolerate things because they feel comfortable or familiar, even when they are damaging us. That toxic friendship, that unhealthy relationship, that habit we keep telling ourselves will break one day. All of these things stay in our lives because we don't take the time to truly reflect on their impact. But when we pause and allow God to open our eyes, we begin to see how much we have settled for less than his best. We see the moments we stayed silent when we should have spoken up, the times we allowed fear to keep us from stepping into our purpose, and the ways we have been spiritually asleep. This awakening is uncomfortable at first, but it is necessary. It is only when we acknowledge what we have tolerated that we can begin to change it. When we reflect, we often realize that we have accepted things we once swore we never would. How did we get here? It didn't happen all at once. It happened slowly, over time, through small compromises. We allowed a little negativity here, a little sin there, and before we knew it, our standards had lowered without us even realizing it. We justified behaviors that we knew were wrong. We ignored the red flags. We convinced ourselves that we had no other choice. And the enemy, he loves this. He wants us to stay comfortable in dysfunction, because as long as we do, we will never step into the fullness of what God has for us. But God is calling us to wake up. He is calling us to stop tolerating what is keeping us bound and step into a life of spiritual clarity and purpose. It starts with reflection, with looking at ourselves and saying, enough is enough. Too many of us have been asleep to the truth. We've been living in survival mode, simply going through the motions, unaware of how much we are sacrificing in the process. We tolerate disrespect from others because we don't believe we deserve better. We stay in environments that drain us because we're afraid of stepping into the unknown. We hold on to relationships that no longer serve us because we fear being alone. But when we take a moment to truly reflect, to invite God into our thoughts and ask him to open our eyes, we begin to see that we are not victims of circumstance. We are children of God with the power to choose differently. We have the ability to walk away from what is harming us. We have the strength to break free from the patterns that have kept us stuck. The question is, are we willing to face the truth? Self-reflection is not about guilt or shame. It is about awareness. It is about seeing things as they truly are and deciding that we will no longer turn a blind eye. When God begins to open our eyes, we start to recognize the unhealthy cycles we have been caught in. We see the way we have allowed fear to dictate our choices. We notice the distractions that have kept us from spending time in prayer, from seeking God's presence, from growing in our faith. And once we see these things, we cannot unsee them. That is the power of awakening. It changes the way we think, the way we move, the way we interact with the world. It forces us to be intentional about what we allow in our lives and to make choices that align with the purpose God has placed within us. There is something freeing about self-reflection, even though it can be painful. When we finally acknowledge what we have been tolerating, we we regain our power. We take back control from the enemy who has tried to keep us blind. We no longer settle for things that do not align with God's plan. We start to say no to what is toxic and yes to what is life-giving. We become more aware of our triggers, our temptations, and the things that pull us away from God's presence. And as we become more aware, we also become more disciplined. We begin to set boundaries, not just with others, but with ourselves. We choose to walk in wisdom rather than impulse. We no longer allow our emotions to lead us into situations that compromise our faith. This is the beginning of true transformation. Many of us have been praying for God to bless us, but we have not taken the time to reflect on whether we are in a position to receive those blessings. We want new doors to open, but we haven't closed the old ones that are tied to our past mistakes. We ask for peace, but we continue to tolerate chaos. We ask for clarity, but we avoid sitting in silence long enough to hear God's voice. Reflection forces us to ask the hard questions. Am I truly ready for the things I am praying for? Have I done the internal work to prepare for the next season of my life? What habits, mindsets, or relationships am I holding on to that could be blocking my blessings? These are not easy questions, but they are necessary if we truly want to step into the life God has for us. When God begins to open our eyes, He doesn't just show us what we need to walk away from. He also reveals what we need to embrace. He shows us the strength we didn't know we had. He reminds us of our worth, our identity, and the promises He has spoken over our lives. He gives us the courage to stand firm in our faith, to walk boldly in our purpose, to reject anything that does not align with His will. But this kind of awakening only happens when we are willing to be still and listen. It requires us to humble ourselves before Him, to admit that we do not have all the answers, and to trust that His plan is greater than anything we could ever imagine. It is in this space of reflection and surrender that true change begins. The reason many people never break free from their struggles is that they refuse to pause and reflect. They keep moving, keep distracting themselves, keep making the same choices, hoping that things will change on their own. But transformation doesn't happen by accident. It happens when we are intentional about looking inward, about examining our hearts, about asking God to show us what needs to change. It is a daily process, a commitment to self-awareness and spiritual growth. And while it may not always be easy, it is always worth it. Because the moment we decide that we will no longer tolerate less than God's best, we step into a new level of freedom and purpose. If we truly want to live a life of victory, we must be willing to do the hard work of self-examination. We must be willing to ask God to reveal the areas where we have settled, where we have compromised, where we have allowed sin to creep in unnoticed. We must be willing to let go of the things that are keeping us bound, even if they are familiar. And most importantly, we must be willing to trust that whatever God is calling us away from, He is replacing with something far greater. This is what it means to awaken, to see clearly, to walk boldly, and to live with the confidence that we are exactly where God wants us to be. When we embrace reflection as a spiritual discipline, we begin to see change, not just in our circumstances, but in our hearts. We become more aware of God's presence in our lives. We develop a deeper sensitivity to His voice. We start making choices that align with His will rather than our own desires. And as we continue to walk in this awareness, we begin to experience the fullness of life that Jesus promised us. A life that is not dictated by fear, by the opinions of others, or by the mistakes of our past, but a life that is rooted in purpose, in faith, and in the unwavering love of God. Life doesn't always attack us with loud warnings or obvious dangers. No, the real threats, the ones that truly derail us from our purpose, are subtle. They creep in slowly, almost unnoticed, wrapping themselves around our thoughts, our habits, and our daily routines. The enemy doesn't need to come at you with an army. He just needs to distract you enough to pull you away from what truly matters. A little compromise here, a small delay there, a seemingly harmless indulgence, and before you know it, you've drifted further from your calling. You didn't even see it happening. That's how the enemy works, through distractions so minor that you don't recognize them as weapons until they've already stolen your time, your focus, and your peace. But God is calling you to wake up, to recognize these subtle attacks, and to reclaim what has been quietly slipping away. Distractions don't always look like sin. Sometimes they come wrapped in good intentions, in responsibilities, in things that seem necessary. Maybe it's that extra hour of work that keeps you from spending time in prayer. Maybe it's the endless scroll through social media that dulls your spirit instead of feeding it. Maybe it's a relationship that constantly drains your energy but never pours into you. These things don't appear destructive at first, but over time, they steal your attention, your discipline, your hunger for God's presence. And the enemy smiles because he doesn't need to destroy you if he can just keep you busy with everything except what truly matters. The greatest trick of the enemy isn't to turn you against God, it's to keep you too distracted to seek him at all. Some distractions feel urgent, demanding our attention right now. A minor problem suddenly feels like a crisis. A conversation turns into an argument that eats up your whole day. A plan gets delayed, and frustration takes over your mind. These little interruptions pull you away from what you were supposed to be focused on. You tell yourself you'll get back on track, but then something else happens, then another thing. Before long, days have passed, weeks have slipped by, and you realize you haven't prayed like you used to. You haven't read the word with the same passion. You haven't moved toward the dreams and goals God placed in your heart. The enemy didn't need to knock you down, he just needed to keep you preoccupied long enough for your fire to dim. There's a reason the Bible warns us to be alert. The enemy is always looking for openings, waiting for moments when you are tired, frustrated, or distracted. He's patient. He knows he doesn't have to rush. He can chip away at you over time. Maybe it starts with skipping one morning prayer, then two. Maybe it's letting negative thoughts settle in just a little longer than before. Maybe it's entertaining company that slowly pulls you into conversations that weaken your spirit. It's slow, it's subtle, but when you look back, you realize you are not the same person you were. You don't feel as close to God. You don't feel as strong in your faith. That's how distractions work. They don't take you down all at once. They weaken you little by little until you no longer recognize yourself. The enemy understands that your mind is the battlefield. If he can control your thoughts, he can control your actions. That's why distractions often target your peace. You're supposed to be focusing on your purpose, but suddenly you're overwhelmed with worry. You're supposed to be walking in confidence, but now doubts flood your mind. You're supposed to be preparing for the next level God has for you, but instead, you're wrapped up in small, meaningless conflicts. These are not coincidences. A tired mind is an easy target. When you're distracted, you are less discerning. When you are overwhelmed, you are more vulnerable. That's why it is crucial to guard your mind, to be intentional about what you allow to take up space in your thoughts. Think about all the times you have felt spiritually strong. When you were consistent in prayer, when you were disciplined, when you felt a deep connection to God. What happened? What changed? Chances are, it wasn't some major event that pulled you away. It was the slow buildup of distractions. Maybe you got too comfortable. Maybe you let small things slide. Maybe you assumed you had more time to get serious about your faith. The enemy thrives in those moments of complacency. He doesn't have to fight you when you stop fighting for yourself. That's why the moment you notice yourself drifting, you must make a decision. You must choose to realign, to remove the distractions, to reclaim your focus before you drift too far. One of the most dangerous distractions is comparison. The enemy loves to use it because it shifts your focus from what God is doing in your life to what he is doing in someone else's. You were content with your progress until you saw someone else moving faster. You were confident in your purpose until you saw someone else succeeding in theirs. You were at peace with your journey until the enemy whispered you should be further along by now. Suddenly your focus is no longer on your growth, your blessings, or your faith. It's on what you lack. And the more you focus on what you think you're missing, the more disconnected you feel from the path God has you on. That's the trap. The enemy wants you so consumed with comparison that you miss the beauty of what God is building in your own life. Another common distraction is the pursuit of comfort. The enemy knows that if he can keep you comfortable, he can keep you from growing. He wants you to stay in situations that feel familiar, even if they are not good for you. He wants you to settle into routines that don't challenge you. He wants you to avoid risks, to stay away from anything that requires faith, because faith demands action. When you stop stretching yourself spiritually, when you stop stepping outside of your comfort zone, you stop growing, you stop reaching for more. And that's exactly what the enemy wants. He wants you stagnant. He wants you comfortable in places where you should be uncomfortable. He wants you distracted by ease so that you never step into the fullness of what God has for you. The truth is, distractions will always be present. The enemy will always try to pull your focus away, but you have a choice. You can either let distractions dictate your life, or you can be intentional about guarding your mind, your time, and your spirit. You can set boundaries. You can recognize when something is pulling you away from God and make the decision to refocus. You can choose to wake up each day with the determination to stay aligned with God's will. This is not easy, but it is necessary. The more disciplined you are in guarding your focus, the less power the enemy has over your life. God has given you a calling, a purpose, a mission. The enemy knows he cannot take it away, so he works to distract you from it. But today you have the power to break free. You have the power to recognize the subtle traps, to remove the distractions, to realign your heart and mind with God's plan. You don't have to stay stuck in cycles of procrastination, doubt, and wasted time. You can take back control. You can reclaim your focus. You can walk boldly in your purpose, fully aware of the enemy's tactics, but even more aware of the power of the God who leads you. There comes a time in life when you look around and realize you've been putting up with things you should have let go of a long time ago. You've been tolerating behaviors, situations, and mindsets that have slowly drained your spirit, but because the decline was gradual, you didn't notice how much it was costing you. That's how the enemy works. He doesn't always come with a loud roar. Sometimes he comes through quiet compromises, through the small things you ignore, the red flags you excuse, the habits you justify. Over time, these things don't just take up space in your life, they start to define it. And the longer you tolerate them, the harder it is to see just how much they've blinded you to God's best for you. We tolerate people who don't respect us because we're afraid of being alone. We tolerate negativity because we've gotten used to it. We tolerate toxic environments because we tell ourselves this is just how life is. But every time we allow something in our life that God never intended for us, we lose a little bit of ourselves. We become numb to dysfunction, and before we know it, we mistake surviving for living. That's not God's will for you. He did not create you to simply endure toxic relationships, constant stress, or self-doubt. But the longer you allow these things, the more normal they feel. And when dysfunction becomes normal, you stop questioning it. You stop seeking better. And that is exactly where the enemy wants you. Too blind to recognize that you deserve more. The enemy knows that if he can't destroy you, he can distract you. And one of the most powerful distractions is getting comfortable with the wrong things. The friendships that drain you, the job that steals your joy, the habits that weaken your discipline. All of these things slowly chip away at your peace. But because they don't break you all at once, you keep tolerating them. You tell yourself, it's not that bad, but here's the truth. If it's stealing your peace, if it's taking your focus away from God, if it's making you question your worth, then it is that bad. And it's time to stop making excuses for things that God has been trying to remove from your life. Sometimes we tolerate the wrong things because they're familiar. We stay in unhealthy relationships because we don't want to start over. We keep bad habits because change feels overwhelming. We hold on to people who don't treat us right because letting go feels too painful. But what if the pain of letting go is actually the beginning of your healing? What if God is asking you to release what's been holding you back so he can give you something better? You cannot step into the life God has for you if your hands are still full of everything he's trying to remove. The enemy wants you so afraid of change that you keep tolerating what's killing your spirit. But today, God is calling you to see clearly, to recognize what's been holding you back and to step into the freedom he has for you. The problem with tolerating the wrong things is that it changes you. It changes the way you see yourself, the way you see others, and the way you see God. If you tolerate disrespect long enough, you start believing you don't deserve respect. If you tolerate lies long enough, you start questioning what's true. If you tolerate sin long enough, it no longer feels wrong. The enemy's goal is not just to keep you in toxic situations. It's to change the way you see yourself, so that even when you have the chance to walk away, you don't. He wants you to settle, to compromise, to accept less than what God has promised. But the moment you recognize the lie, the moment you see how much you've been tolerating, you gain the power to break free. One of the biggest tricks of the enemy is making you believe that tolerating something is the same as being strong. But true strength is not enduring what was never meant for you. True strength is walking away. True strength is saying, I will no longer allow this in my life. True strength is trusting God enough to let go of what is hurting you, even when it feels hard. The enemy wants you to believe that letting go is weakness, but in reality, it is one of the most powerful things you can do. Because when you remove what is not for you, you make space for what is. When you stop tolerating the wrong things, you position yourself to receive the right things. And that's when transformation begins. What have you been tolerating that God has been asking you to let go of? Is it a relationship that no longer aligns with your faith? Is it a habit that keeps pulling you away from your purpose? Is it a mindset that keeps you stuck in fear? Whatever it is, today is the day to open your eyes, to stop ignoring the signs, to stop justifying the things that are breaking you. Because the longer you tolerate the wrong things, the harder it is to see the right things. And if you can't see clearly, you can't move forward. The enemy wants you blind, but God wants you awake. He wants you aware. He wants you strong enough to say, no more. It's time to set a new standard. It's time to draw a line and refuse to let anything that does not serve your purpose stay in your life. It's time to stop tolerating what keeps you from growing. This won't be easy. Walking away from the wrong things often comes with resistance. The enemy will whisper, you're making a mistake. But remember, anything that costs you your peace, your joy, and your connection to God is already a mistake. You don't need permission to protect your spirit. You don't need approval to walk in the direction God is calling you. You just need the courage to open your eyes and take the first step. Because the moment you do, you will begin to see what God has been trying to show you all along. God never intended for you to live in cycles of frustration, to be weighed down by burdens you were never meant to carry. But as long as you keep tolerating what drains you, you cannot receive what restores you. The enemy wants you stuck, tired, and distracted. But today, you have the power to break free. You have the power to choose peace over chaos, purpose over distraction, and faith over fear. You don't have to stay where you are. You don't have to keep carrying what was never meant for you. You can choose to let go. You can choose to move forward, and when you do, you will finally see clearly. There comes a moment in life when you realize that everything you've believed, everything you've clung to, everything you've built your life around, it either holds weight in God's truth or it crumbles under the weight of deception. The world will tell you that freedom is doing whatever you want, chasing after whatever feels good, and living by your own rules. But real freedom isn't found in following your desires. It's found in surrendering them to God. It's found in knowing His truth so deeply that the lies of this world can't shake you. It's found in breaking the chains of everything that's been holding you back, everything that's been keeping you stuck, everything that's been keeping you stuck, everything that's been keeping you stuck, everything that's been whispering that you are not enough. God's truth doesn't just inform, it transforms. It doesn't just reveal, it releases. And when you truly walk in it, you experience freedom like never before. The enemy's greatest weapon is deception. He doesn't have to put chains on you physically if he can bind you mentally. He doesn't have to destroy you if he can convince you that you are already defeated. He operates in lies, in distortions, in half-truths that sound good, but lead you down a path of destruction. He tells you that you're too broken for God to love you, that your past is too messy to be redeemed, that you have to prove your worth before you can be accepted. But God's truth exposes those lies. God's truth tells you that you are already loved, already chosen, already redeemed, not because of what you've done, but because of who He is. And when you start to believe that, when you let that truth sink into your spirit, the chains that have been holding you begin to fall away. There is a reason the enemy wants to keep you away from God's truth, because he knows that the moment you understand who you truly are, you become unstoppable. You stop settling for less. You stop walking in fear. You stop allowing guilt and shame to control you, because God's truth tells you that you are forgiven, that you are made new, that you are no longer bound by the mistakes of your past. But if you don't know the truth, you'll live as if you are still trapped. You'll still carry burdens that God has already lifted. You'll still try to fight battles that Jesus already won. That is why knowing God's truth isn't just important, it is essential. Because without it, you will always be at the mercy of the enemy's lies. Some people think they are free, but they are still living in bondage. They bought into a version of freedom that the world sells. A version that tells them they don't need God, that they can do everything on their own. That truth is whatever they want it to be. But that kind of freedom leads to emptiness. It leads to confusion. It leads to constantly searching for something that will never satisfy. Because true freedom is not found in following your own way. It is found in surrendering to God's way. True freedom is knowing that you don't have to carry everything on your own. That you don't have to be perfect to be loved. That you don't have to chase after approval because you are already approved by God. When you understand that, you don't just feel free, you are free. The reason so many people struggle to find peace is because they are holding on to lies that contradict God's truth. They believe they are not enough, even though God says they are fearfully and wonderfully made. They believe they will never change, even though God says He makes all things new. They believe they are alone, even though God promises to never leave them. The truth is, whatever you believe will shape your life. If you believe the enemy's lies, you will live in fear, in insecurity, in constant struggle. But if you believe God's truth, you will live in confidence, in peace, in unshakable faith. That is why the enemy works so hard to keep you away from the truth, because he knows that the moment you fully accept it, his power over you is broken. God's truth doesn't just set you free from the lies of the enemy, it sets you free from yourself. It sets you free from your own doubts, your own fears, your own patterns of self-sabotage. Because sometimes the biggest battle isn't against the world, it's against the voice inside your own head. The voice that tells you you're not worthy, the voice that reminds you of every failure, the voice that makes you question if God's promises are really for you. But when you let God's truth take root in you, that voice loses its power. When you replace the lies with what God actually says, you begin to live differently. You begin to walk with a new confidence, a new purpose, a new sense of identity. Because when you know the truth, you stop accepting the lies. The enemy wants to keep you in cycles of doubt, addiction, and self-destruction. He wants you to feel like you will never change, like you will always struggle, like you will always be stuck. But God's truth breaks cycles. It shatters strongholds. It rewrites stories. It reminds you that you are not defined by your past, that you are not bound by your mistakes, that you are not powerless against your struggles. The moment you align yourself with God's truth, the chains that have been holding you back begin to fall. The things that used to control you lose their grip. And you begin to experience the kind of freedom that cannot be taken away, because it is not based on circumstances, but on the unchanging word of God. Some people hear the truth, but they don't accept it. They read the Bible, but they don't apply it. They know what God says, but they still choose to live in fear, in sin, in compromise. Because knowing the truth is not enough. You have to walk in it. You have to declare it over your life. You have to choose to believe it even when your feelings tell you otherwise. Because freedom doesn't come from simply hearing the truth. It comes from living in it. It comes from standing on it when the storms come. It comes from holding on to it when everything else is shaking. That is the kind of faith that changes everything. That is the kind of truth that sets you free. If you want to experience real freedom, you have to be willing to let go of everything that contradicts God's truth. You have to let go of the lies that say you are not good enough. You have to let go of the shame that keeps you from fully embracing God's love. You have to let go of the doubts that make you question if God's promises really apply to you. Because freedom requires surrender. It requires trust. It requires believing that God's way is better than your way. And when you do that, when you truly let go of everything that has been weighing you down, you will step into the kind of freedom that nothing in this world can take away. The truth of God is powerful. It does not change based on circumstances. It does not waver based on emotions. It stands firm, unshaken, unmoved. And when you build your life on that truth, you will be unshaken too. No matter what comes against you, no matter what the enemy tries to throw at you, you will stand strong because you are standing on the foundation of God's truth. That is what sets you free. Not the approval of people, not success, not material things. Only the unchanging, unfailing, everlasting truth of God. And once you know it, once you walk in it, once you live in it, you will never be bound again. Temptation is not a one-time struggle. It is a constant battle, a war that wages every single day in the mind, in the heart, in the spirit. It doesn't always come in obvious forms. It doesn't always look like something dangerous. Sometimes it disguises itself as something harmless, something small, something that seems insignificant. But that's how the enemy works. He doesn't always attack with force. Sometimes he whispers. He plants thoughts that make you justify, that make you compromise, that make you believe one small step in the wrong direction won't matter. But one step turns into two. Two steps turn into a path. And before you know it, you're walking further away from God. Further into the trap that was set for you. That's why you can't take temptation lightly. You can't entertain it. You can't let your guard down. Because the enemy is always looking for an opening. The enemy knows your weaknesses. He knows exactly what to place in front of you. He won't tempt you with something that has no effect on you. He will use what has worked before, what has caught your attention in the past, what has made you fall before. He studies your patterns. He watches your reactions. He waits for the moment when you are tired, when you are frustrated, when you feel weak. And that is when he moves in. That is when he presents the opportunity, the thought, the distraction. Because temptation doesn't just come in the form of sin. It comes in the form of escape. It comes in the form of comfort. It comes in the form of what feels good in the moment but leaves you empty afterward. And if you are not aware, if you are not standing firm in God's truth, you will find yourself giving in without even realizing it. Temptation isn't just about what you do, it's about what you allow to stay in your mind. The battle begins long before the action. It starts with a thought, a suggestion, an idea that seems harmless at first. The enemy knows that if he can get you to dwell on it, if he can get you to entertain it, then eventually he can get you to act on it. That is why the Bible tells us to take every thought captive, to bring it under the authority of Christ. Because the longer you let a thought linger, the stronger it becomes. The more you justify it, the harder it is to resist. That is why you have to fight temptation at its root. You have to shut it down before it takes hold. You have to replace the lie with God's truth before it grows into something that controls you. One of the biggest lies the enemy tells is that you are strong enough to handle temptation on your own. He wants you to believe that you can play with fire and not get burned, that you can stay close to sin without falling into it, that you can control what happens. But the moment you start thinking that way, you have already lost the battle. Because the truth is, no one is strong enough to resist temptation without God. Your own willpower is not enough. Your own discipline is not enough. You need His strength. You need His guidance. You need His word hidden in your heart so that when temptation comes, you have something to fight back with. Jesus Himself used scripture to resist the devil. How much more do we need to do the same? There are moments when temptation feels overwhelming, when it feels impossible to resist. The desire is strong, the pull is real, and in those moments, the enemy will try to convince you that giving in is your only option, that you have no choice, that the battle is already lost. But that is a lie. The Bible promises that God always provides a way out. There is always an escape. There is always a way to turn away, to resist, to stand firm. But you have to choose it. You have to be willing to take the exit instead of staying in the struggle. You have to be willing to walk away, to cut off whatever is leading you into temptation, to remove yourself from the situation before it overtakes you. Because the longer you stay, the harder it becomes to leave. Sometimes resisting temptation isn't about saying no in the moment. It's about making decisions before the moment comes. It's about setting boundaries that keep you from even getting close to the line. It's about choosing in advance who you will be, what you will allow, what you will not compromise on. Because if you wait until the temptation is in front of you to decide, you are already at a disadvantage. That is why the Bible tells us to be alert, to be watchful, to be on guard. Because temptation is not just an occasional attack. It is a daily battle. And if you are not prepared, if you are not rooted in God's word, if you are not walking in His strength, then you will find yourself falling over and over again. The enemy wants to make you feel like falling into temptation is inevitable. He wants you to think that you will always struggle, that you will always give in, that you will never overcome. But God's word tells a different story. It tells us that we have the power to resist, that we have the authority to stand firm, that we are not slaves to sin, but have been set free through Christ. You do not have to fall. You do not have to live in cycles of defeat. You do not have to keep going back to the same mistakes, but you have to make a choice. You have to decide that you will fight, that you will resist, that you will not allow the enemy to keep you bound, because victory is already yours. You just have to walk in it. Temptation loses its power when you stay close to God, when you are constantly in His presence, when you are filling your mind with His word, when you are surrounding yourself with people who will keep you accountable, then the enemy has a harder time getting to you. But when you start to drift, when you stop praying, when you stop seeking, when you isolate yourself, that is when you become vulnerable. That is when temptation feels stronger than your ability to resist. That is why your relationship with God is your greatest weapon in this battle. Because the closer you are to Him, the further you are from the things that try to pull you away. Resisting temptation is not just about avoiding sin, it's about protecting your purpose. Because every time you give in, every time you allow the enemy to distract you, it pulls you away from what God has called you to do. It delays your destiny. It keeps you stuck in cycles that were never meant for you. That is why you have to take this battle seriously. Because the enemy is not just trying to get you to mess up. He is trying to derail your future. He is trying to keep you from becoming who God created you to be. But when you recognize that, when you understand what is at stake, you fight differently. You resist with a different level of urgency. because you know that your purpose is worth more than a moment of temptation. At the end of the day, overcoming temptation is not about being perfect. It's about being persistent. It's about choosing God over and over again, even when it's hard, even when it costs you something, even when your flesh wants to go in the opposite direction. Because the battle doesn't stop, the attacks don't go away, but the more you resist, the stronger you become. The more you rely on God, the less power temptation has over you. And before you know it, what used to trap you no longer holds you. What used to control you no longer affects you. Because when you choose to stand firm, when you choose to fight, when you choose God every single time, temptation loses and you walk in victory. There comes a point in life when you have to make a decision, not just any decision, but one that determines your peace, your strength, and your future. There comes a moment when you have to say enough is enough. When you have to stop allowing yourself to be drained, depleted, and diminished by people, situations, and habits that no longer serve God's purpose in your life. Too often we hold on to what is hurting us. We tolerate what is breaking us. We allow what is stealing our joy to remain in our presence, thinking that if we just endure a little longer, things will change. But the truth is, some things will never change until we walk away. Some situations will never improve until we decide we deserve better. Some people will never stop taking from us until we stop giving them access to our spirit, our energy, and our heart. Walking away is not a sign of weakness. It is an act of obedience. God never called you to carry burdens that he never assigned to you. He never told you to pour yourself out for people who have no intention of pouring back into you. He never asked you to stay in places where your soul is constantly being drained. Yet so many of us stay stuck, afraid to let go, afraid to move forward, afraid to disappoint others. But what about disappointing yourself? What about disappointing the calling that God has placed on your life? What about the destiny that is waiting for you on the other side of that toxic relationship, that draining friendship, that exhausting environment? If you continue to allow yourself to be drained, you will have nothing left to give to the life God is trying to lead you into. Some people are in your life as assignments, but some people are in your life as distractions. Some places were meant to be temporary, but you have made them permanent. Some habits were meant to be broken, but you have made them part of your identity. And the longer you hold on to what is draining you, the harder it becomes to recognize the damage it is doing. It starts subtly. At first, you just feel a little tired. Then you start to lose motivation. Then you find yourself feeling empty, frustrated, disconnected from your purpose. And before you know it, you are no longer the person you used to be. You've lost your fire, your focus, your joy. And why? Because you allowed yourself to be drained by things and people that were never meant to have that kind of access to your soul. God never intended for you to live in survival mode. He never meant for you to be constantly exhausted, constantly drained, constantly feeling like you are running on empty. That is not the abundant life he promised. That is not the joy, the peace, the strength that he desires for you. But you will never step into that fullness until you are willing to walk away from what is keeping you empty. You cannot hold on to what is hurting you and expect to be healed. You cannot cling to what is breaking you and expect to be whole. You cannot continue to give your time, your energy, your love to people who do not value it and expect to feel fulfilled. At some point, you have to say, I choose me, I choose my peace, I choose my future. And when you do, you will find that God has been waiting for you to let go so he can fill you with what truly sustains you. The enemy wants you drained because a drained person is a defeated person. When you are exhausted, you don't have the strength to fight. When you are depleted, you don't have the energy to resist. When you are running on empty, you don't have the capacity to dream, to hope, to believe. That is why he keeps placing people in your life who drain you. That is why he keeps leading you into environments that wear you down. That is why he keeps tempting you with habits that pull you further and further away from God's presence. Because if he can keep you drained, he can keep you distracted. And if he can keep you distracted, he can keep you from fulfilling the purpose God has for you. That is why you have to be intentional about protecting your energy, your mind, your heart. You cannot afford to waste yourself on things that leave you empty. Walking away is not about giving up. It is about making room. Making room for what nourishes your soul, making room for what strengthens your spirit, making room for the peace, the joy, the restoration that God has for you. But you will never receive those things if your hands are still full of what is draining you. You cannot receive God's best if you are still clinging to what is toxic. That is why he calls us to release, to let go, to step away from anything that is not aligned with his plan for us. And that takes faith, It takes courage. It takes trusting that what he has ahead is far greater than what you are leaving behind. Because the truth is, some of the things you are afraid to walk away from are the very things standing in the way of your breakthrough. It is time to stop making excuses for what is draining you. Stop convincing yourself that you have to stay, that you have to tolerate, that you have to endure what is slowly killing your spirit. Stop telling yourself that you are being loyal when in reality you are just afraid of change. Stop believing the lie that walking away means you are failing when in reality it means you are finally choosing yourself. It is not selfish to protect your peace. It is not wrong to set boundaries. It is not a sin to walk away from what is depleting you. Because if something is costing you your joy, your strength, your purpose, it is too expensive. And the price you are paying is far greater than what you are gaining by staying. God will never call you to a life of constant exhaustion. He will never ask you to stay in a place where you are constantly pouring and never being poured into. That is not his way. His way is rest. His way is renewal. His way is strength that is made perfect in your weakness. But you will never experience that strength if you are still trying to survive on your own. You will never experience his renewal if you keep going back to the same people, the same habits, the same places that are draining you. At some point, you have to surrender. You have to say, God, I trust you enough to walk away from what is hurting me. And when you do, you will find that he was always ready to catch you. He was always ready to lead you into something better. Some people will not understand your decision to walk away, and that is okay. Some people will try to guilt you, manipulate you, make you feel like you are wrong for choosing yourself. But you are not responsible for their opinions. You are not responsible for their expectations. You are responsible for your peace, for your purpose, for your well-being. And if walking away is what it takes to protect those things, then you have to do it, even if it's hard, even if it hurts, even if it means stepping into the unknown. Because the unknown with God is still safer than the familiar that is destroying you. And when you trust him, when you surrender, when you take that step, he will guide you into a life that is full, whole, and overflowing with the peace you have been longing for. Walking away does not mean you failed. It means you are finally choosing freedom. It means you are finally choosing yourself. It means you are finally trusting that God has something better for you, and he does. But you will never see it until you take that step, until you let go, until you say, God, I am ready for more. And when you do, he will not only restore what was drained, he will fill you with more than you ever imagined. There are moments in life when we feel completely powerless, when the weight of our struggles is too much to bear, when our own strength fails us. We try to push through, we try to fight, we try to hold everything together, but deep down, we know we are weak. We are exhausted. We are worn down by the battles we face, by the pain we carry, by the burdens that seem too heavy to lift. And in those moments, the enemy whispers lies. He tells us we are not strong enough. He tells us we are not capable. He tells us we will never make it. But let me tell you something. God's power is greater than our weakness. His strength is made perfect when we feel like we have nothing left. He does not ask us to carry everything on our own. He does not expect us to fight in our own power. He simply asks us to surrender, to lean on him, to trust that when we are weak, he is strong. We spend so much time trying to be strong on our own. We act like we have it all together. We put on a brave face, pretending that we don't need help, pretending that we can handle everything life throws at us. But deep inside, we are breaking, we are overwhelmed, we are barely holding on. And the truth is, we were never meant to do this alone. God never designed us to carry the weight of life without him. He never intended for us to rely on our own strength, because our strength has limits, but his strength is limitless. Our power runs out, but his power never fails. And when we finally stop trying to do it all by ourselves, when we finally admit that we need him, that is when he steps in. That is when he lifts us up. That is when his power takes over and carries us through. The enemy wants you to believe that your weakness is a problem. He wants you to think that because you struggle, because you feel inadequate, because you don't have all the answers, you are failing. But God does not see your weakness as a problem. He sees it as an opportunity. An opportunity to show you his strength. An opportunity to prove that he is bigger than anything you are facing. An opportunity to remind you that your power alone was never enough, but his power is more than enough. God is not looking for people who have it all together. He is looking for people who are willing to admit they need him, because it is in that moment of surrender, in that moment of saying, Lord, I can't do this without you, that his power is released in your life. Some of the greatest victories come in the moments when we have nothing left, when we have reached the end of ourselves, when we are completely drained, completely broken, completely out of options. Because that is when God moves. That is when he steps in and does what only he can do. That is when he reminds us that we were never fighting alone. Think about David facing Goliath. He wasn't the strongest. He wasn't the biggest. He wasn't the most skilled warrior, but he had something greater. He had God's power behind him. Think about Moses standing before the Red Sea with the enemy behind him. He had no way out, but God's power made a way. Over and over again, we see that the people who were weak, the people who had no strength of their own, were the very ones God used to show his glory. And if he did it for them, he will do it for you. God's power does not just show up when we feel strong. It is most evident when we feel weak. When Paul cried out to God about his struggle, about the thing that made him feel inadequate, about the weakness that would not go away, God didn't remove it. Instead, he said, "My grace is sufficient for you, for my power is made perfect in weakness." That means that the very thing you see as a limitation, the very thing you think is holding you back, is the very thing God wants to use to show his power in your life. Because when people see you rise, not by your own strength, but by God's, they will know it wasn't you, it was him. When they see you overcome battles that should have taken you out, they will know it was his power that sustained you. When they see you walk through storms and come out stronger, they will know it was his hand that carried you. God is not waiting for you to be stronger. He is waiting for you to trust him. He is waiting for you to stop relying on your own ability, your own wisdom, your own plan, and to start depending on his power. Because the truth is, your strength will never be enough to overcome the battles of this life. Your willpower will never be enough to resist the attacks of the enemy. Your endurance will never be enough to keep you going when life gets hard. But his power is more than enough. His power can break every chain. His power can move every mountain. His power can heal every wound. His power can do what you never thought was possible. And all he asks is that you stop trying to do it all on your own and start trusting him to carry you through. So many of us are exhausted because we are fighting battles that were never meant to be fought in our own strength. We are trying to fix things that only God can fix. We are trying to make things happen in our own power instead of surrendering to his will. And as long as we keep striving, as long as we keep trying to force things to happen our way, we will keep feeling drained. But the moment we let go, the moment we say, "God, I trust you," that is when everything changes. That is when peace replaces anxiety. That is when joy replaces exhaustion. That is when his power begins to work in ways we never imagined. Because God never called us to do life in our own strength. He called us to walk in his. The enemy wants you to focus on what you lack. He wants you to dwell on your failures, on your flaws, on your weaknesses. He wants you to believe that you are not enough. But God is saying, you don't have to be enough because I am. You don't have to have all the answers because he does. You don't have to be the strongest, the smartest, the most capable because his power is greater than anything you could ever bring to the table. The enemy will try to make you feel like you are disqualified, but God is saying, I will qualify you with my power. The enemy will try to make you feel like you are too broken, but God is saying, I will use your brokenness to show my glory. The enemy will try to make you believe that you are alone, but God is saying, I will never leave you nor forsake you. It is time to stop relying on yourself. It is time to stop believing the lie that you have to be strong enough. Because the truth is, you never will be, but God is. And when you finally surrender, when you finally say, Lord, I need you. When you finally let go of your need to control everything and allow him to take over, you will see just how powerful he truly is. You will see that the things that once defeated you can no longer hold you down. You will see that the burdens that once felt too heavy are lifted in his strength. You will see that the battles that once seemed impossible to win are already won in his name. Because his power is stronger than your weakness. His strength is greater than anything you will ever face. And when you trust in him, there is nothing, absolutely nothing that can stand against you. There comes a moment in life when we realize that something has to change. We look around at our circumstances, at the choices we've made, at the battles we keep fighting, and we know deep in our soul, we can't keep living this way. The weight of it all is too much. The same patterns, the same struggles, the same pain keep repeating. And no matter how hard we try to fix it on our own, we just end up feeling stuck. But here's the truth. Transformation doesn't start with our strength. our willpower, or our ability to figure everything out. Transformation starts with a simple prayer. A prayer that says, Lord, I need you. I can't do this alone. Change me, guide me, lead me. Because when we invite God into our lives, when we surrender our plans for His, when we stop trying to force things and start trusting Him, everything begins to shift. We spend so much time searching for answers, looking for solutions, trying to fix things in our own power. We chase after things we think will make us happy, only to find ourselves empty. We try to control everything around us, only to realize how little control we actually have. But God has never asked us to figure it all out on our own. He has never expected us to walk this journey without Him. All He has ever wanted is for us to come to Him, to seek Him, to open our hearts and say, God, I need you. That one prayer, spoken from a place of true surrender, has the power to change everything. Because when we give God access to our hearts, He begins a transformation that we could never accomplish on our own. God is not waiting for us to be perfect before He steps in. He is not looking for us to clean up our mess before we come to Him. He is not expecting us to have all the right answers before we call on Him. He is simply waiting for us to turn to Him. Because transformation doesn't happen by trying harder. It happens by drawing closer to God. The moment we invite Him into our struggles, the moment we surrender our burden, the moment we stop trying to do everything in our own strength, His power begins to work in us. And the beautiful thing about God is that He doesn't just change our circumstances, He changes us. He shifts our mindset, He heals our wounds, He removes the things that are holding us back, and He replaces them with His peace, His strength, and His purpose. There are so many people who feel stuck because they believe change is impossible. They believe they are too far gone, too broken, too messed up for God to do anything with their life. But let me tell you something. God specializes in transformation. He takes the most broken situations and turns them into something beautiful. He takes the person who thought they would never escape their past and gives them a brand new future. He takes the heart that has been hardened by pain and fills it with love, joy, and peace. There is no situation too messy for God. There is no soul too lost for Him to save. There is no past too dark for Him to redeem. All it takes is one moment of surrender, one prayer of faith, one decision to let Him in. The enemy wants you to believe that change is too hard. He wants you to believe that you will always be stuck in the same cycles, that you will always struggle with the same sins, that you will never be free from the things that are weighing you down. But the enemy is a liar, because the moment you call on God, the moment you invite Him into your life, He begins a work in you that cannot be stopped. His power is greater than your struggle. His grace is stronger than your past. His love is deeper than your failures. And when He begins to move in your life, no force in hell can stop the transformation He has planned for you. Some people hesitate to pray because they think they don't know how. They think they need the perfect words, the right phrases, the most eloquent speech. But God is not looking for perfection. He is looking for honesty. He is looking for a heart that is willing to come to Him just as it is. A simple, raw, honest prayer is all it takes. God, I need you. I can't do this without you. Change me. Make me new. That's it. You don't have to have all the answers. You don't have to know what comes next. You just have to be willing to surrender. Because the moment you do, God begins to move. He begins to shift things. He begins to open doors that were once shut, to remove people who were holding you back, to place you on a path that leads to the purpose He has for you. Transformation is not always instant. Sometimes God takes us through a process. Sometimes He allows us to go through seasons of refining, of growth, of learning. But make no mistake, when you invite Him in, change begins. It may not always look the way you expect. It may not always happen on your timeline. But God is faithful to complete the work He starts. He is not a God who begins something and leaves it unfinished. If He has started changing you, if He has started healing you, if He has started leading you to something greater, you can trust that He will see it through. Your only job is to keep trusting Him, to keep seeking Him, to keep believing that He is working, even when you can't see it. One of the biggest mistakes we make is thinking we can change ourselves. We try to break free from sin in our own power. We try to fix our hearts with our own wisdom. We try to become better people by relying on our own strength. And every time we fail. Because true transformation does not come from us, it comes from God. He is the one who renews our minds. He is the one who removes the desires that no longer serve us. He is the one who strengthens us to overcome the things we once thought we could never let go of. The more we try to do it on our own, the more exhausted we become. But when we let God take control, When we trust him to do what only he can do, we experience a freedom like never before. When we pray for transformation, we have to be willing to let go. There are some things that God will remove from our lives. There are some habits, some relationships, some mindsets that cannot go with us into the new season he is preparing. And while letting go can be hard, it is necessary. Because God does not just want to change small parts of our lives, he wants to make us new. He wants to break every chain, to remove every weight, to free us from everything that is holding us back. But we have to be willing to surrender. We have to be willing to trust that what he has for us is better than anything we are holding on to. Because when we do, we step into a life we never thought possible. A life filled with peace, purpose, and power. If you are tired of struggling, if you are tired of feeling stuck, if you are tired of carrying the same burdens over and over again, it's time to let go. It's time to stop relying on yourself. It's time to stop believing the lie that you have to do this alone. Transformation is waiting. Freedom is waiting. A brand new life is waiting. And all it takes is one simple prayer. Lord, I need you. Change me. Make me new. That's where it all begins. And once you take that step, once you invite him in, once you surrender your heart to him, you will see that God's power to transform is greater than anything you have ever imagined. Because when he steps in, everything changes. My friend, life is too short to stay blind to the things that are keeping you from the life God has planned for you. It's too precious to waste on battles that are not yours to fight, on burdens that are not yours to carry, on sins that are not yours to tolerate. You were never meant to stay stuck. You were never meant to be bound by the chains of fear, doubt, and temptation. God created you for more. He designed you for victory. He called you to live a life of purpose, of strength, of unwavering faith. But transformation can only begin when you take that first step, when you open your heart. When you surrender your struggles, when you allow God to lead you into something greater. Maybe you've spent years trying to fight your battles alone. Maybe you've been holding on to things that no longer serve you, to relationships that drain you, to habits that destroy you. Maybe you believe the lie that you are too far gone, too broken, too weak to change. But listen to me. God's power is stronger than your weakness. His grace is bigger than your failures. His love is deeper than your past. He is not asking for perfection. He is asking for surrender. And when you give him your heart, when you trust him with your life, he will take you places you never thought possible. This is not the end of your story. This is not where you give up. This is not where you let the enemy win. No, this is where you rise. This is where you step into God's truth. This is where you break free. This is where transformation begins. Pray that simple prayer, call on his name, and watch how he moves in your life. The chains will fall. The burdens will lift. The peace you've been searching for will come. Because when God steps in, everything changes. Stand strong, walk in faith, keep your heart open. Keep your spirit ready because God is not done with you yet. The best is still ahead. Thank you for listening and may God bless you abundantly. Stay strong, stay faithful, and never stop seeking his truth. God bless you. Listen to me and listen close. Because this right here, this is your wake-up call. You've been holding on for too long. Holding on to pain that no longer serves you, to people who drain you, to a past that keeps whispering lies in your ear. But today, right now, you make a choice to break free, a choice to rise, a choice to reclaim what's always been yours, your power. Somewhere along the way, you forgot who you were. You let the world convince you that your worth was tied to someone else's approval. You handed over your peace, your joy, your self-respect, all in the name of love, loyalty, or fear of being alone. But let me tell you something. Holding on to what's breaking you is not love. It's self-destruction. And you deserve better. There comes a time in your life when you have to draw a line in the sand and say enough is enough. Too often we find ourselves bending, breaking, and compromising who we are just to fit into spaces that were never meant for us. We chase love, acceptance, and validation, not realizing that the moment we start sacrificing our self-respect for someone else's approval, we have already lost the most valuable thing we own, our dignity. Self-respect isn't arrogance, and it isn't selfishness. It is the foundation of how you allow the world to treat you. It sets the tone for the people you let into your life, the opportunities you pursue, and the boundaries you enforce. When you value yourself, you send a message to the world that you refuse to settle for anything less than what you deserve. And that, my friend, is the first step to reclaiming your power. There's a difference between being kind and being a doormat. Some people mistake your compassion for weakness. And the moment they realize you will tolerate disrespect, they will keep testing your limits. That's why self-respect isn't about being cold or distant. It's about knowing where to draw the line. It's about understanding that not everyone deserves a seat at your table. The hard truth is, if you don't respect yourself, don't expect others to do it for you. People mirror the way you treat yourself. If you constantly accept mistreatment, they will assume it's okay to keep giving it to you. But the day you start walking away from what no longer serves you, the day you stop explaining yourself to those who don't value you, is the day you take back control. You are not obligated to entertain disrespect just because you love someone. Love without respect is manipulation, and you deserve better. Too many people stay in toxic relationships, whether romantic, family, or friendships, because they fear being alone. But let me tell you something, loneliness is better than losing yourself in the wrong company. When you compromise your self-respect just to keep someone in your life, you are telling yourself that their presence is more valuable than your peace. And that's a dangerous place to be. The truth is, the people who genuinely love and respect you will never put you in a position where you have to choose between them and your dignity. They will understand your worth, respect your boundaries, and uplift you instead of tearing you down. The people meant to be in your life will never require you to lower your standards just to make them feel comfortable. So stop being afraid to walk away from what dims your light. You are not losing anything when you stand up for yourself. You are gaining everything. You teach people how to treat you by what you tolerate. Every time you allow someone to disrespect you and stay silent, you are giving them permission to do it again. But self-respect means having the courage to stand up for yourself, even if your voice shakes. It means setting boundaries and enforcing them, even if people call you difficult. It means knowing your worth and refusing to let anyone dictate your value. The moment you decide that you will no longer tolerate less than you deserve, the moment you stop seeking external validation and start honoring yourself, your entire life will change. You will attract better people, better opportunities, and most importantly, a better relationship with yourself. Because when you truly respect yourself, you don't settle for breadcrumbs. You demand the whole feast. And trust me, when you know what you bring to the table, you won't be afraid to eat alone. One of the biggest reasons people struggle with self-respect is because they have been conditioned to believe that setting boundaries makes them selfish. But let's be clear. Boundaries are not walls, they are filters. They are there to protect your peace, your energy, and your mental well-being. You are not responsible for how people feel about your boundaries. You are responsible for enforcing them. Some people will try to guilt trip you, make you feel bad for standing up for yourself, or call you too much. But understand this. The only people who get upset when you set boundaries are the ones who benefited from you having none. And those are the very people you need to distance yourself from. The ones who love and respect you will adjust. Because real love does not require you to suffer for someone else's comfort. Respecting yourself means understanding that your time, energy, and emotions are valuable. Stop giving unlimited access to people who only drain you. Not everyone deserves to know your struggles, your dreams, or your deepest thoughts. Some people are only around to take. And the more you give, the less they appreciate it. But when you start moving in silence, when you stop explaining yourself to people who don't deserve an explanation, you will begin to see who truly respects you. The ones who love you will support you even when they don't fully understand your choices. But the ones who only wanted to control you will resent your growth because they benefited from your lack of self-respect. Pay attention to who gets offended when you start prioritizing yourself. That will tell you everything you need to know. A lot of people fear losing relationships if they start standing up for themselves. But let me tell you something. If your self-respect threatens a relationship, that relationship was never built on real love to begin with. True relationships, whether friendships, family, or romantic, are built on mutual respect. If someone walks away because you started enforcing boundaries, let them. If someone distances themselves because you stopped tolerating disrespect, let them. Never beg for a seat at a table where you have to shrink yourself just to be accepted. The right people will respect your growth, not resent it, and the wrong ones, they will expose themselves the moment you start choosing yourself. Pay attention, because sometimes your silence will reveal more than your words ever could. The world will try to convince you that you need to prove your worth, that you need to earn love, respect, and appreciation. But listen to me. You do not have to prove anything to anyone. Your worth is not determined by how much you can endure, how many people approve of you. You do not have to break yourself to fit into spaces that were never meant for you. The moment you stop seeking validation from people who don't even respect themselves, you set yourself free. The moment you realize that you are enough just as you are, you step into a power that cannot be shaken. And when you reach that level of self-respect, nothing and no one can make you feel small again. Self-respect is not just about how you allow others to treat you. It's about how you treat yourself. It's in the way you speak to yourself when no one is listening. It's in the way you refuse to settle for a life that doesn't fulfill you. It's in the way you prioritize your dreams, your goals, and your mental health without guilt. When you respect yourself, you don't chase people, you attract them. You don't beg for love, you radiate it. And you don't lower your standards, you hold them high until the right people meet you there. Because at the end of the day, the relationship you have with yourself sets the foundation for every other relationship in your life. And when you truly learn to respect yourself, you unlock a level of peace, power, and freedom that no one can take away from you. So today, make the decision to put yourself first, not in a selfish way, but in a way that honors who you are. Make the decision to stop tolerating less than you deserve. Make the decision to walk away from anything and anyone that does not align with your peace, your growth, and your self-worth. You are powerful, you are worthy, and you are more than enough. So stand up, stand tall, and never let anyone, including yourself, convince you otherwise. Life has a way of teaching us the hardest lessons through the things we hold on to the longest. We grip onto people, situations, and memories as if they define who we are. We convince ourselves that we need to stay, that we need to keep trying, that we need to fix what's broken, even when it's clear that what we're holding on to is holding us back. But the truth is, growth requires release. You cannot step into the next chapter of your life if you're still rereading the last one. You cannot elevate if you're weighed down by the baggage of your past. Holding on to pain, resentment, and relationships that no longer serve you will only drain your spirit and keep you stuck in a place where you no longer belong. If you truly want to grow, if you truly want to step into your power, you must learn the art of letting go. Letting go is not weakness. It is not giving up. It is the boldest, most courageous act of self-love. It takes strength to release something you once prayed for. It takes faith to walk away from what's familiar, even when you know it's no longer good for you. But the most painful truth of life is this: not everything is meant to stay. Some people are temporary. Some situations are just lessons. Some doors are meant to close because they lead to nowhere. And if you spend too much time forcing what isn't meant to be, you will miss the blessings waiting for you on the other side. Growth demands sacrifice, and sometimes that sacrifice is your attachment to the very things that are blocking your elevation. You cannot receive with closed hands. You cannot grow if you're still clinging to what was. We stay in places we've outgrown because we fear the unknown. We settle for relationships that drain us because we're afraid to be alone. We replay old conversations, old mistakes, and old wounds in our minds because we don't know who we are without the pain. But let me tell you something. Comfort zones are prisons in disguise. They keep you safe, but they also keep you small. They convince you that staying in the familiar, even if it hurts, is better than taking a risk on something new. But growth never happens in comfort. You are not meant to stay stagnant. You are not meant to repeat the same cycles over and over. The moment you stop fearing change and start embracing it, your life will open up in ways you never imagined. But first, you have to let go of everything keeping you trapped. Some people will not understand your decision to move on. They will question why you chose to walk away. They will try to guilt you, manipulate you, or make you feel like you are making a mistake. But understand this: you do not owe anyone an explanation for choosing yourself. You do not have to justify your healing. You do not have to apologize for refusing to tolerate what no longer serves your peace. People who love you will support your growth even if they don't fully understand it. But those who benefited from your struggle, those who thrived off of your brokenness, will resist your transformation. Pay attention to who reacts negatively when you start setting boundaries, because those are the people who never truly had your best interests at heart. Let them go. Not with anger, not with resentment, but with peace, knowing that what is ahead of you is far greater than what you are leaving behind. Letting go is not just about people, it's about releasing old versions of yourself that no longer align with where you're going. The version of you that tolerated disrespect, let them go. The version of you that settled for less, let them go. The version of you that doubted your own worth, because you are evolving. You are stepping into a new level of wisdom, strength, and clarity. But you cannot walk into that new season carrying the weight of who you used to be. Give yourself permission to grow. Give yourself permission to evolve. Give yourself permission to outgrow old habits, toxic environments, and limiting beliefs. You are not the same person you were last year, last month, or even last week. And that is something to be proud of. Pain is a teacher, but it is not a home. Too many people sit in their suffering, replaying the same heartbreaks, disappointments, and betrayals over and over, refusing to let go of what hurt them. But let me ask you something. How can you move forward if you keep looking back? How can you heal if you keep reopening the wound? The past is gone. The only thing you have control over is what you choose to do right now. Will you stay stuck in pain, or will you rise from it? Will you let your past define you, or will you use it as fuel to become better? The choice is yours. But remember this, every moment you spend dwelling on what was is a moment you lose creating what could be. Let it go. Not because they deserve forgiveness, not because the situation was fair, but because you deserve peace. When you start letting go, your world will shift. The things that once drained you will no longer have power over you. The people who once controlled you will no longer affect your emotions. The worries that once consumed your mind will no longer steal your joy. You will begin to feel lighter, freer, and more at peace. Because when you stop carrying the weight of the past, you create space for new blessings to enter your life. You create space for real love, for genuine happiness, for unshakable confidence. And most importantly, you create space for the most powerful version of yourself to emerge. Letting go is not just an act of release, it is an act of rebirth. It is the moment you stop being who you were always meant to be. Many people hold on because they fear that if they let go, they will have nothing left. But let me tell you something. You are not losing when you walk away from what hurts you. You are not losing when you choose yourself. You are gaining freedom. You are gaining clarity. You are gaining the ability to create a life that truly fulfills you. Everything that is meant for you will never require you to beg, chase, or struggle. What is meant for you will flow into your life effortlessly when you create space for it. But first, you must let go of what is blocking your blessing. Trust the process. Trust that what is being removed is making space for something greater. Trust that every ending is leading you to a beautiful new beginning. So today, make a decision to release what no longer serves you, a decision to stop replaying old wounds and start creating new victories, a decision to walk away from anything and anyone that is keeping you from becoming the best version of yourself. You owe it to yourself to grow. You owe it to yourself to heal. You owe it to yourself to step into your power without hesitation, without apology, without fear. Let go, my friend, and watch how your entire life transforms. There comes a moment in life when you realize that nothing, no amount of success, no relationship, no material possession matters more than your peace. You can have everything that the world tells you will make you happy, but if your soul is in turmoil, none of it will bring you joy. Peace is not just a luxury, it is a necessity. It is the foundation of a life truly well lived. Without it, even the greatest achievements feel empty. Without it, love feels like a battlefield instead of a sanctuary. Without it, every day feels like a struggle instead of a blessing. The truth is, nothing is worth sacrificing your peace. Not money, not validation, not relationships that drain you. The moment you start protecting your peace, the moment you choose it over anything that disrupts it, that is the moment you take back control of your life. But here's the hard truth. Peace does not come freely. It is something you must fight for. It is something you must guard. Because in this world, there will always be something trying to rob you of it. Toxic people, unnecessary drama, your own overthinking. These are thieves that will steal your peace if you let them. That's why you have to be intentional. You have to learn to say no unapologetically. You have to walk away from anything that disturbs your spirit, even if it's familiar. You have to let go of the need to please everyone. to fix everything, to be available at the cost of your own sanity. Your peace is too valuable to be placed in the hands of others. You have to own it, you have to protect it, and most importantly, you have to recognize that anything that costs you your peace is far too expensive. Many people go through life believing that peace is something that comes after success. They think, once I have more money, I'll have peace. Once I prove myself, I'll have peace. But that's a lie. Peace is not found in external things. It is cultivated within. It is a state of mind, a way of living, a decision you make every single day. Some of the richest people in the world are drowning in misery. Some of the most famous individuals cannot sleep at night because peace has nothing to do with what you have. It has everything to do with what you allow into your life. It is about what you tolerate, what you give your energy to, and what you let go of. The key to a truly happy life is not having more. It is learning how to protect your peace no matter what. One of the biggest enemies of peace is attachment. Attachment to people who mistreat you. Attachment to situations that drain you. Attachment to expectations that were never yours to carry. The more you cling to things that are out of your control, the more you invite stress, anxiety, and disappointment into your life. True peace comes when you learn the art of detachment. When you stop trying to force things to be what they're not. When you stop chasing people who have already let you go. When you stop expecting life to unfold exactly as you planned. Peace is found in surrender. In trusting that what is meant for you will never miss you, and what is not meant for you will always pass you by. Let go of control, let go of attachment, and watch how much lighter your soul feels. Another way people lose their peace is by holding on to negativity, grudges, resentment, past mistakes. They carry the weight of what hurt them, allowing it to consume their thoughts, dictate their emotions, and steal their joy. But here's something you need to understand. Forgiveness is not for them, it's for you. It is not about excusing what happened. It is not about letting people off the hook. It is about freeing yourself from the prison of bitterness. Because carrying hate in your heart is like drinking poison and expecting the other person to suffer. It only destroys you. Let go of the past. Let go of what they did. Let go of what you cannot change. Not for them, but for you. Because your peace is too precious to be sacrificed at the altar of resentment. Boundaries are another crucial part of protecting your peace. Too often, people feel guilty for saying no. They feel obligated to engage in conversations that drain them, relationships that break them, and environments that suffocate them. But peace requires boundaries. It requires the courage to say, I will not allow this into my space. It requires the wisdom to recognize when something is costing you more than it's worth. Some people thrive on chaos. Some people live off of negativity. And if you allow them into your life unchecked, they will pull you into their storm. But you have the power to say no. You have the power to walk away. And you have the right to put your peace above everything else. Because without peace, nothing else truly matters. Comparison is another silent killer of peace. In today's world, it's easy to look at someone else's life and feel like you're not enough. Social media is filled with highlight reels that make you question your own journey. But let me tell you something. The fastest way to lose your peace is to compare your life to someone else's. Because you will always find someone who seems to be doing better. You will always see someone who looks happier, more successful, more put together, but you don't see their struggles. You don't see their sacrifices. You don't see the battles they fight behind closed doors. Focus on your own path. Focus on your own growth. The only person you should be competing with is the person you were yesterday. Stay in your lane and your peace will follow. One of the most powerful things you can do for your peace is to choose simplicity. Society will tell you that you need more money, more possessions, more achievements to be happy. But in reality, the happiest people are those who find joy in the simple things. A quiet morning, a meaningful conversation, a deep breath of fresh air. Peace is not found in excess. It is found in gratitude. It is found in appreciating what you already have instead of always chasing what's next. Learn to slow down, learn to be present, learn to find beauty in the smallest moments, and your life will feel infinitely richer. At the end of the day, peace is the greatest wealth you can ever possess. You can have all the money in the world, but if your mind is in turmoil, you are still poor. You can be surrounded by people, but if your soul is restless, you are still alone. True success is not measured by what you have. It is measured by how at peace you are when you close your eyes at night. It is measured by how light your heart feels, how free your mind is, how deeply you sleep without worry. So choose peace. Guard it. Protect it with everything you have. Because once you have peace, you have everything. So today, make a promise to yourself. A promise to stop chasing chaos. A promise to walk away from anything that steals your joy. A promise to protect your energy, to let go of negativity, and to live in a state of peace, no matter what is happening around you. Because peace is not just a feeling, it is a lifestyle. And once you choose it, your entire life will transform. Forgiveness is one of the most powerful things you can ever give, not just to others, but to yourself. Holding on to anger, resentment, and bitterness is like carrying a heavy weight on your soul. It drains your energy, poisons your spirit, and keeps you stuck in a cycle of pain. But when you forgive, you free yourself. You release the burden that has been holding you down. You choose peace over poison, healing over hurt. But let me be clear. Forgiveness does not mean reconnection. It does not mean allowing the same people back into your life to hurt you again. It does not mean pretending like nothing happened. It means making peace with the past, learning from it, and moving forward without reopening a door that God has already closed. Too often, people mistake forgiveness for weakness. They think that if you forgive someone, it means you are okay with what they did. But that's not true. Forgiveness is not about excusing bad behavior. It is about refusing to let it control you anymore. It is about choosing to let go of the emotional baggage that is weighing you down. When you forgive, you are saying, I refuse to allow this pain to define me. I refuse to let what they did steal my joy, my peace, my future. But at the same time, you must also have the wisdom to understand that just because you forgive someone does not mean they deserve access to you again. Some people have already shown you who they are. Believe them. One of the hardest lessons in life is realizing that not everyone deserves a second chance. There are people who will take your forgiveness and use it as an opportunity to hurt you again. They will see it as a weakness and believe they can walk in and out of your life as they please. But forgiveness does not mean foolishness. You can love people from a distance. You can wish them well without welcoming them back into your space. You can release the anger without reopening the relationship. Protecting your peace is just as important as forgiving. And sometimes that means leaving people exactly where they belong in the past. Think about how many times you have given someone another chance, only for them to prove to you why you should have let them go the first time. The cycle of hurt continues when you allow the wrong people back into your life. They apologize, they promise they've changed, and for a while it feels like things might be different. But eventually the same patterns resurface. The same disrespect, the same dishonesty, the same emotional wounds. Not everyone is meant to be in your life forever. Some people were lessons, not lifelong companions. Some people were meant to teach you something about yourself, about boundaries, about self-respect. And once the lesson is learned, it is your responsibility to move forward, not backward. Forgiveness is about you, not them. It is about taking back your power. When you hold on to anger, you are still allowing that person to control your emotions. You are still giving them space in your mind, in your heart, in your spirit. But when you forgive, you are saying, I release you. I let go of this pain. I choose freedom over bitterness, and that is one of the most powerful choices you will ever make. But make no mistake, choosing to forgive does not mean choosing to tolerate. You can forgive someone and still refuse to allow them back into your life. That is not bitterness, that is self-respect. Some people will try to guilt you into reconnecting. They will say, if you've really forgiven me, why can't we go back to the way things were? But that's manipulation. Forgiveness does not erase consequences. It does not mean forgetting the lessons you have learned. It does not mean giving someone unlimited access to your life. You can forgive someone and still keep them at a distance. You can wish them well without welcoming their chaos back into your world. You can be kind without being naive. Let go of the guilt. You do not owe anyone a place in your life just because you found the strength to forgive them. Understand this, not everyone is meant to continue with you on your journey. Some people were only meant to be part of a chapter, not the entire book. Holding on to relationships that no longer serve you only delays your growth. Some people cannot go where you are going. Some people will only hold you back, drain you, and keep you from stepping into the life you were meant to live. You must have the courage to move forward, even if it means leaving people behind. That is not cruelty, that is wisdom. That is strength. That is self-love. And let's talk about boundaries, because too many people think that forgiveness means erasing them. Boundaries are not walls, they are gates. They do not mean you are cold or unkind. They mean you value yourself enough to protect your energy. If someone has repeatedly disrespected you, hurt you, or taken you for granted, it is not your job to keep giving them opportunities to do it again. Your heart is not a revolving door. Your peace is not negotiable. Your self-worth is not up for debate. Forgiveness is a gift you give yourself, but access to your life is a privilege that must be earned. At the end of the day, choosing to forgive but not reconnect is an act of self-love. It is choosing peace over chaos. It is choosing healing over hurt. It is choosing to let go of the past without reopening old wounds. You do not have to be bitter to move on. You do not have to seek revenge to heal. You simply have to decide that your future is more important than the people who hurt you. Because when you finally release that pain, when you truly let go, you will find that life becomes lighter, freer, and filled with the kind of peace that no one can take away from you. Everything in life costs energy. Your time, your attention, your emotions. These are all forms of currency. Just like money, if you spend them carelessly, you'll find yourself depleted, drained, and struggling to function at your best. But if you invest them wisely, if you protect your energy the same way you would protect your financial wealth, you will begin to see transformation in your life. Your energy determines your reality. It dictates how you show up in the world, how you handle challenges, and what kind of people you attract. The truth is, not everyone and everything is worth your energy. Some people, some situations, some battles are simply not worth the cost. You must become intentional about where you invest your energy, because once it's spent, you don't get it back. Think about the people in your life right now. Are they adding to your energy, or are they draining it? Some relationships are like deposits, filling you with motivation, love, and encouragement. Others are withdrawals, constantly taking from you but never giving anything back. If you are always exhausted, always emotionally drained, always feeling like you are running on empty, it's time to evaluate where your energy is going. There are people who survive by feeding off your strength. They come to you with their problems, but never solutions. They take from you, but never pour into you. They keep you entangled in drama that has nothing to do with you. And if you are not careful, they will leave you with nothing left for yourself. Stop allowing people to bankrupt your energy. You wouldn't hand over all your money to someone who doesn't value it, would you? So why do you do it with your energy? You cannot afford to waste your energy on negativity, distractions, or people who are not aligned with your purpose. Your energy is sacred. It is your power, your strength, your ability to create, to love, to grow. When you give it away to the wrong people, you rob yourself of the ability to build the life you truly desire. And let's be honest, there are energy thieves everywhere. Toxic friendships, unhealthy relationships, negative environments, self-doubt, overthinking, fear. All of these things slowly drain you. You must guard your energy the same way you guard your success. The most successful people understand one thing. Energy is their greatest asset. They do not waste time arguing with people who don't matter. They do not engage in unnecessary drama. They do not spend hours on distractions that do not move them forward. They focus their energy where it counts. On growth, on self-improvement, on opportunities, on things that nourish their mind, body, and soul. If you want to change your life, you must start by changing where your energy flows. Ask yourself, is this worth my energy? Before you get into an argument, before you chase after someone who keeps walking away, before you worry about something that hasn't even happened yet, ask yourself, is this worth my energy? because what you focus on grows. Your energy is also connected to your mindset. What you think about consistently shapes your reality. If you are always focusing on what's wrong, what's missing, what's unfair, your energy will reflect that. You will feel heavy, burdened, powerless. But if you shift your energy toward gratitude, solutions, and self-improvement, your entire world will begin to change. Your energy attracts what you believe. If you believe in growth, success, and abundance, you will naturally align yourself with opportunities that reflect those beliefs. But if you spend all your energy on negativity, you will keep attracting more of the same. You must be intentional about protecting your energy from your own negative thoughts. Another truth about energy is that it is limited. You cannot do everything, you cannot be everything to everyone. You cannot fight every battle, fix every problem, or pour into people who refuse to fill themselves. If you continue to overextend yourself, you will break. You will wake up one day and realize that you have given so much to everything and everyone else that there is nothing left for you. And that is a dangerous place to be. Burnout is real. Emotional exhaustion is real. Feeling drained because you are constantly carrying things that are not yours to carry is real. If you do not start prioritizing your own energy, no one else will do it for you. Boundaries are necessary to protect your energy. You do not owe everyone access to your time, your emotions, or your mental space. Some people will feel entitled to your energy simply because they are used to taking it. They will expect you to always be available, to always fix things, to always pour into them. But you must be strong enough to say no. Saying no is not selfish, it is survival. It is choosing to protect yourself before you become too drained to help anyone, including yourself. You cannot give from an empty cup. The stronger your boundaries, the more energy you will have for the things that truly matter. Rest is also an investment in your energy. You cannot operate at your best if you are constantly exhausted, mentally drained, and running on fumes. Rest is not laziness. Taking time to recharge, to disconnect from stress, to replenish your spirit is not a waste. It is a necessity. The world will always demand more from you, but you must learn to demand rest for yourself. Your energy is your power, and if you do not take care of it, you will eventually run out. Prioritize sleep. Prioritize solitude. Prioritize moments of peace. These are not luxuries. They are requirements for anyone who wants to protect their energy and function at their highest level. At the end of the day, you must treat your energy with the same respect you would give your money, your health, your goals. You cannot afford to keep giving it away to things that do not serve you. You must be intentional about where you invest it, because wherever your energy goes, your life follows. If you waste it on drama, negativity, and distractions, your life will reflect that. But if you channel it into growth, positivity, and purpose, you will see incredible transformation. The choice is yours. Spend your energy wisely, because it is the most valuable currency you have. Power does not always come from the loudest voice in the room. True strength, real control, and undeniable influence often come from silence. The world teaches you to respond, to defend, to explain, to prove yourself. But the wisest people understand that silence speaks louder than words. Silence is a strategy. It is a shield. It is a weapon that, when used correctly, commands more respect than any argument ever could. When you master the art of silence, you gain the upper hand in any situation. You stop wasting energy on pointless conversations. You stop reacting to things that are beneath you. You stop explaining yourself to people who are committed to misunderstanding you. Silence is not weakness, it is wisdom. Think about the moments when silence would have served you better. That argument you didn't need to have. That person you tried to convince. That situation that drained your energy because you kept engaging when you should have walked away. Sometimes the best thing you can do is say nothing at all. Silence forces people to sit with their own thoughts. It makes them wonder, question, and reflect. It denies them the reaction they were expecting. It shifts the power dynamic in your favor. When you refuse to engage in unnecessary conflict, you remain in control. When you stop explaining yourself to people who don't deserve an explanation, you conserve your power. When you let silence do the talking, your presence becomes even louder. Silence is a sign of self-discipline. Weak people react emotionally. Strong people respond strategically. When you are silent, you give yourself time to think. to observe, to calculate your next move. You don't let emotions dictate your actions. You don't let other people pull you into their chaos. You stand firm, grounded in your power, knowing that you do not owe anyone a response. Not everything requires your energy. Not every insult deserves a reply. Not every situation needs your attention. Some things are better left unanswered because your silence speaks volumes. Have you ever noticed how the most powerful people in the room are often the quietest? They don't need to prove anything. They don't need validation. They don't need to explain themselves. Their presence alone commands respect. That is the power of silence. When you are silent, people wonder what you are thinking. They question if they have your approval. They realize that your words carry weight because you do not waste them. When you talk too much, you give away your power. When you remain silent, you force the world to pay attention when you do speak. Silence is also the best response to disrespect. People who want to provoke you are looking for a reaction. They want you to defend yourself, to explain, to justify your position. But when you refuse to engage, when you meet their negativity with silence, they lose their power. They cannot control you. They cannot manipulate you. They cannot pull you into their drama. Your silence frustrates them. It leaves them powerless. It shows them that you are unbothered, untouchable, and operating at a level beyond their reach. Nothing disturbs a toxic person more than your silence. But silence is not just about avoiding negativity. It is also about growth. When you are silent, you listen, you observe, you learn. People who talk too much miss valuable information. They are so focused on being heard that they fail to hear what truly matters. But those who are silent, those who take the time to listen and understand, gain knowledge, wisdom, and insight. They see things others don't. They recognize opportunities others miss. They make decisions based on strategy, not impulse. Silence allows you to become a student of life, constantly learning, constantly evolving, constantly sharpening your mind. Silence also protects your dreams. Not everyone needs to know your next move. Not everyone deserves access to your plans, your struggles, your ambitions. The more you talk about what you are going to do, the more you invite unnecessary opinions, doubts, and negative energy into your vision. Move in silence, build in silence, succeed in silence. Let your results do the talking. There is power in keeping your goals to yourself and letting your actions speak for you. The greatest warriors know that silence is the key to winning battles. They do not show their emotion. They do not reveal their weaknesses. They do not waste time with unnecessary words. They let their actions, their discipline, and their presence do the talking. You must learn to do the same. Not every battle is worth fighting. Not every challenge deserves your response. Not every insult needs a comeback. When you master silence, you master yourself. And when you master yourself, you become unstoppable. Silence is also a tool for inner peace. When you stop engaging with negativity, when you stop reacting to every little thing, when you stop letting people pull you into their chaos, you find peace. You stop feeling the need to prove yourself. You stop wasting time on things that do not serve you. You conserve your energy for what truly matters. The world is noisy, full of distractions, opinions, and unnecessary conflicts. But when you choose silence, you choose peace. You choose to protect your energy. You choose to move with intention instead of reaction. At the end of the day, silence is not just a lack of words. It is a presence, a power, a statement in itself. It is the ability to control your emotions, to protect your energy, to navigate life with wisdom and strategy. It is a weapon that allows you to win without fighting, to lead without shouting, and to influence without forcing. When you learn to embrace silence, you will find that you don't need to prove anything to anyone. Your power, your presence, your silence, these will speak for you. Life often feels like a race. We want things to happen now. We pray, we work, we hope. And when things don't go our way immediately, we begin to doubt. We wonder if we are forgotten, if we are being punished, if we will ever see the breakthrough we've been waiting for. But here's the truth. God's timing is never wrong. He is not late. He is not ignoring you. He is preparing you. What you think is a delay is actually divine alignment. What you see as a setback is a setup for something greater. When you learn to trust God's timing, you free yourself from worry, from fear, from frustration. You understand that every single thing is unfolding exactly as it should. Sometimes we rush into things because we are afraid of missing out. We force relationships, careers, and decisions before their time only to find out later that we weren't ready. We look back and realize that the things we wanted so badly were not what we needed. God sees the full picture. He knows what is best for you, and He knows when it is best for you. What is meant for you will never pass you by. The doors that are closed right now are not a punishment. They are protection. God is keeping you from something that is not meant for you or not meant for you yet. Waiting is hard. It tests your patience, your faith, and your strength. But waiting is also where the greatest lessons are learned. In the waiting, you grow. In the waiting, you develop trust. In the waiting, God shapes you into the person who can handle the blessing He has for you. Because here's the truth. God will never give you something you are not ready to handle. If you haven't received what you've been praying for, it's because He is still preparing you for it, or He has something even better. Trust that delay is not denial. It is refinement. It is protection. It is preparation. Think about all the times in your past when you felt disappointed. You wanted something so badly, and when it didn't happen, you felt heartbroken. But now, looking back, you see that God had a better plan. You see that if He had given you what you wanted, you would have settled for less than what you deserved. God's plans are higher than our own. What we think we need is nothing compared to what He has in store for us. He is not withholding from you. He is waiting for the right moment to bless you in a way that exceeds your expectations. We live in a world that pushes urgency. Social media, society, and even people around us make us feel like we are behind, like we should be further ahead, like we should have everything figured out by now. But God does not work on the world's timeline. He is not concerned with how fast things happen. He is concerned with how right things happen. Your journey is your own. Comparison will only steal your peace. Trust that what is meant for you will come in its perfect time, not a second too soon and not a second too late. Faith is not just believing when things are easy. It is believing when things are uncertain. It is trusting that even when you can't see what God is doing, He is still working on your behalf. Just because you don't see movement doesn't mean there isn't progress. Just because things feel slow doesn't mean they aren't falling into place. Sometimes God is working behind the scenes, aligning circumstances, preparing people, and setting up divine connections that you can't even imagine. You may not see it now, but one day you will look back and realize that everything happened exactly the way it was supposed to. There is peace in surrender. When you stop trying to control everything, when you stop forcing things to happen before their time, you will find freedom. Trusting God's timing means letting go of anxiety, of desperation, of the need to know everything right now. It means stepping back and allowing Him to do what only He can do. It means having faith that even when things don't make sense, even when they feel unfair, even when they are painful, God is still in control. Have you ever considered that maybe the reason God is making you wait is because He is trying to build something in you? Maybe He is strengthening your patience. Maybe He is teaching you resilience. Maybe He is growing your faith. The waiting season is not wasted time. It is training. God is preparing you for something bigger than what you imagine. And when the time is right, when everything is aligned, when you are truly ready, the doors will open effortlessly. You won't have to chase. You won't have to beg. You won't have to force anything. The blessing will come to you because it was always meant to be yours. When you trust God's timing, you walk with confidence. You stop worrying about when things will happen and you start trusting that they will happen at the perfect time. You stop feeling anxious about the future because you know that God is already there, setting the stage for your success. You stop doubting yourself because you know that God is guiding your steps. You rest in the assurance that what is meant for you is already written. And nothing, no delay, no mistake, no setback can take away what God has planned for you. So let go of the need to rush. Let go of the fear that you are running out of time. Let go of the doubt that makes you question whether God hears your prayers. He hears you. He sees you. He is working for you. Trust that everything is coming together in the most perfect way at the most perfect time. And when it does, you will understand why the wait was necessary. Because what God has for you will always be worth it. There comes a time in life when you must stand up and reclaim your voice. For too long, you've stayed silent to keep the peace, to avoid conflict, to fit in, to be accepted. You've swallowed your opinions, dimmed your light, and let others dictate your worth. But deep inside, you know you were not created to be silent. You were not meant to be overlooked, ignored, or dismissed. Your thoughts, your feelings, your truth, they matter. And if you don't speak up for yourself, who will? It's time to stop waiting for permission and start owning your power. There's a difference between being quiet and being silenced. Being quiet is a choice. Being silenced is control. The world will try to shrink you, convince you that your voice isn't important, that your opinions don't hold weight. Don't believe that lie. Every time you hold back from expressing yourself, you betray the very essence of who you are. Your voice is the bridge between your soul and the world. It is how you share your ideas, set your boundaries, declare your worth. The moment you start speaking up, you reclaim your place in this world. Maybe you were taught to be agreeable, to never ruffle feathers, to avoid standing out. Maybe you were raised in an environment where speaking up meant rejection, criticism, or even punishment. But now, you are an adult. Now you have a choice. Will you continue to suppress your truth to make others comfortable? Or will you finally give yourself permission to be heard? You don't have to be loud to be powerful. You just have to be authentic. Reclaiming your voice doesn't mean arguing with everyone or demanding attention. It means valuing your thoughts enough to express them without fear. It means no longer apologizing for having an opinion. It means standing firm in your beliefs even when others disagree. It means refusing to shrink yourself to fit into someone else's version of who they think you should be. You are not here to please the world. You are here to fulfill your purpose, and your voice is part of that mission. The people who benefit from your silence will call you difficult when you start to speak up. Let them. They were never meant to control your voice in the first place. The moment you take back your power, you'll see who was truly in your corner and who was only there when you were quiet and compliant. Some relationships will shift. Some people will leave, but let them go. Your peace is worth more than their approval. For too long, you've put others' comfort above your own truth. You've nodded when you wanted to disagree. You've smiled when you wanted to cry. You've said yes when your soul was screaming no, but no more. No more pretending. No more betraying yourself to make others happy. No more swallowing your pain just to keep relationships intact. You deserve to be heard. Your needs matter. Your feelings matter. Your boundaries matter. If people cannot respect your voice, then they do not deserve access to you. Your voice is your power. It's how you demand respect. It's how you tell the world who you are and what you stand for. And let me tell you something. Your voice is not weak. Your voice is not small. Your voice is not insignificant. It has the power to inspire, to heal, to change lives, including your own. When you reclaim your voice, you reclaim your identity. You stop living for validation and start living in your truth. Some people will not like the new you. They were comfortable with your silence. They liked you better when you didn't question, when you didn't set boundaries, when you just went along with what they wanted. But their discomfort is not your problem. You were not put on this earth to live in the shadows of others. You were born to speak, to lead, to express yourself freely. And if your voice disrupts their expectations, so be it. You are no longer in the business of making yourself small. Reclaiming your voice is not just about speaking. It's about living in alignment with your truth. It's about walking away from anything that suppresses you. It's about standing up for yourself when no one else will. It's about saying, I matter, my voice matters, my life matters. Because the moment you start believing that, the world will have no choice but to listen. So go ahead, reclaim your voice. Speak your truth with confidence, with courage, with conviction. Stop waiting for the right moment, for the perfect words, for someone else to validate what you already know inside. Your voice is your birthright. Use it, own it, honor it, and watch how your world begins to change. My friends, life is too short to live in change. Too short to stay trapped in fear and self-doubt and toxic cycles that drain your soul. You were created for more. You were born to be strong, to be bold, to live with purpose. And that means making the choice to detach from what no longer serves you, letting go of what's weighing you down, and reclaiming the power that has always been yours. You see, every moment you stay attached to the past, to toxic relationships, to negative thoughts, you give away a piece of yourself. You trade your peace for pain. your confidence for insecurity, your dreams for someone else's expectation. And I know it's hard. It's hard to walk away. It's hard to say no. It's hard to trust that something better is waiting for you on the other side. But let me tell you this. There is nothing more powerful than a person who knows their worth, who refuses to be controlled, who chooses their own path. Self-respect comes first. If you don't value yourself, the world won't either. If you don't set boundaries, people will keep crossing them. If you don't stand up for yourself, life will keep knocking you down. You are not here to beg for love, to chase after approval, to shrink yourself to make others comfortable. You are here to stand tall, to own your space, to live boldly and unapologetically. Let go to grow. Stop holding on to things that keep you small. Stop fearing change when growth is on the other side. Every time you let go of what's toxic, you make room for what's meant for you. And don't let anyone tell you that walking away is weakness. It is the greatest sign of strength. The strongest people are the ones who know when to leave, when to step back, when to choose themselves. Because peace is priceless. And if you have to sacrifice your peace to keep someone in your life, that person was never meant to stay. Stop giving your energy to people who don't deserve it. Your energy is your currency, and you must protect it like your life depends on it, because it does. You can't build your future if you're constantly drained by the wrong people. Forgive, but don't reconnect. Learn to let go of anger, not because they deserve forgiveness, but because you deserve freedom. But forgiveness does not mean access. Some people do not deserve a second chance in your life. Some people were lessons, not lifelong companions. Trust God's timing. He knows what he's doing. He sees the betrayals, the struggles, the battles you fought in silence, and he will restore everything you lost. But you must have faith, even when it doesn't make sense. Silence is power. You don't have to prove yourself to anyone. Move in silence. Level up in silence. Detach in silence. Let them wonder. Let them doubt you. Because when the time comes, they will see exactly who you are. And finally, reclaim your voice. Speak up, stand tall, be bold in who you are. You were not made to live in the shadows of others. This is your time, this is your moment, this is your life. Own it. Thank you, God bless you. Keep moving forward, keep believing, and never let anything or anyone take your power away.